Odd. Should have heard that. Anyways, morning, everybody. As always, it's the old mage guy. I'm awake. I'm here, and it's time for the morning news, which is not good, fun stuff, and I know it. I can minimize that, at least for the moment. Google tattling on me. Yeehaw, y'all. I'm only going to do from within the last 12 hours. Oh, TikTok incident in Detroit ice raids. Okay, that's not part of the crew that I use currently for my news segments.
I want to play for you all the clip that had the President of the United States sending out angry Truth Social posts at 3 a.m. targeting Democratic Senator Chris Coons. Now, this clip is of Senator Coons on Fox News surgically dissecting Donald Trump's failure to, number one, replace the Iran nuclear deal, but number two, to come up with anything unique or original. I mean, just to run you down what happened. After Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, which was Obama's Iran nuclear deal that he negotiated and that was solid, Trump then had zero fallback plan whatsoever, which led to the escalation that we're seeing now. And we now have reports coming from CNN that the Trump admin has privately discussed helping Iran access as much as $30 billion to help build a civilian energy producing nuclear program. They want to ease sanctions and free up billions of dollars in funds, aka the Iran nuclear deal part 2. So Democratic Senator Chris Coons went on Fox News and said Trump is straight up copying Obama, and that led to a 3 a.m. meltdown from the President of the United States. I'm going to walk you through everything from start to finish. My name is Adam Mockler. Make sure you subscribe to the Midas Touch channel, but I'm also building my own Gen Z media network. You can click the first link in the description below. Subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed if you want more, and let's make sure that we jump in with no time to waste. So let's start back in 2011.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop. Learn the latest trends, stay updated, videos change fast. Plan your content, be consistent.
Blah,
The
blah,
irony
blah, blah.
here is palpable. It's dripping irony because in 2011, Trump tweeted out, in order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. In 2012, he said, Barack Obama will attack Iran in order to get reelected. In 2013, he said, I predict that President Obama will at some point attack Iran in order to save face. And this tweet in 2013 perhaps is dripping the most irony. It says, remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly. Not skilled, he says. He could literally be looking in a mirror while saying that. Due to Trump's inability to reach a diplomatic end to this, we are now seeing.
Due to Donald Trump's inability to do any retroflexion or self reflecting whatsoever, is the reason we're here. The fact that he has bankrupt morals and ethics is the reason we're here. The fact that there are so many people that voted for him is the reason we're here. The reason we're here is due to mental health crisis in our country. That is the underlying scenario here. And some people aren't going to like that I'm saying that, but you know what? It's the truth. And the biggest group that is easily and undeniably able to be called out for it are continued Trump supporters. Our scientists and doctors need to start working on this. Otherwise, there won't be a lab or a hospital to go to anymore to be able to work in. These fucking knuckle draggers will sit there and make sure that anything of intelligence is no more. You are quite literally looking at the setup for idiocracy. And there's some people, like myself, who are basically already getting to the point where we're looking at the rest of you like, what are you doing? Don't do that. You're gonna get hurt. Or worse. Or it's just plain stupid. Like chewing on rocks. No. The reason we're here is because a decent swath of people, not a majority, just a decent group, have all lost their morals, lost their scruples, lost their integrity, and lost their honor. They've replaced it with greed, ego, arrogance, and pig-headedness. And it's not just Americans. We've got some Canadians that are this way too. I've quite literally started putting the fucking intentional crap grammar and spelling trap out. Snatching people up with that shit again. This morning, I got a Canadian. Which is really disappointing. This is not something I typically deal with from Canadians. Yes, I do have grammar and spelling issues. Some of it's intentional. Like forgetting to put punctuation, capitalization, yeah, that's intentional. Spelling errors, typically not. I have a written expressive disability, which means I can read and understand all the words just fine. Spelling them, changing them from thought to written form, I have a barrier. Because my brain is wired slightly differently. And I am probably the best example of why you don't use spelling as a basis of one's intelligence. Because you just end up looking like a piece of shit. If you get on somebody for their spelling or their grammar, you probably are just a piece of shit. If you can't get over it, you are. I mean, that's classic Gen X bullshit. Gen X and Boomer. They were mocked about that shit all the goddamn time. And told they were stupid for it. I thought we were supposed to be doing better than them. I thought these people were starting to pull their heads out of their asses. Unless they were Trump supporters, that is. Because Trump supporters still have not come out of the thickness of their own heads to get past that one yet. At least not most of them. I mean, it really is rather sad what people qualify and quantify as intelligence anymore. Just the ability to spell, you think is a major intelligence marker? No, it's not. Time to go back to school for you. But this time, it needs to focus primarily on what these things are in real life, not just what you think they are. And that's another thing, is there is so much fucking nonsense of what people think is intelligence versus what's not intelligence. Guys, it's in fucking writing. Go look it up. Stop being idiots about it. Stop making fools of yourself for no fucking reason. Just because you want to fucking pump your ego. Your ego is not going to do you any good. Ego itself is just fucking trash. As in, to have an ego and be about oneself. Ego strength is different. Ego strength is what makes it to where you can get through shit without falling apart, breaking down, crying, being able to accept when you're wrong, and not getting pissed off about it. That's ego strength. So all those of you running on your ego, being egotistical and self-centered, and better than thou, yeah, you're not doing it right. By the way, you're failing. You're actually doing the opposite and showing how weak you are in that regard. Congratulations. It really does suck to be the person way the fuck up there intelligence speaking, blah. And have to see people act this way. When I was nothing more. No, I was nothing. I was an abused child born to a fucking poor woman. A poor crazy cat lady at that. The only thing I ended up getting access to was the fucking internet. I didn't get to go to college. I didn't get higher education. But that doesn't make me less intelligent. As some of you who have been around my channels long enough to know, no. There does need to be a major re-education. And no, it doesn't necessarily need to be about science or math or reading and writing. It needs to be about mental health, psychology, in a small form. Because not everybody's going to grasp psychology completely. That is having quite a big window of viewing that you need to have. And no offense to a lot of people out there, but a lot of y'all can't get past what you do in 10 seconds from now. And I mean that with respect. And maybe that's another thing, people aren't quite understanding what respect is. Because respect is not authority. An authority figure is not necessarily respected. And if you say, you should respect my authority, I'm gonna look at you fucking sideways. And go, you mean the authority you just gave up with that statement right there? Because that's not what the word respect means. It doesn't mean you have to listen to me. That's not what respect is. Respect is coming to somebody on mutual grounds. You are equals. Not one is better than the other. Not one is an authority to the other. And it'll do all of you a good shot to get that through your head. Just because someone says something negative about you doesn't mean they're being disrespectful. You can be disrespectful when saying something negative. You can also be disrespectful when saying something positive. But that's because you got to know what respect is. All it takes to disrespect somebody is telling a secret that you've been told to keep. Well, not told, asked to keep. That's a way you disrespect somebody in a positive light. Someone told you a secret that was bragworthy and they didn't want to get it out, and you put it out there? Yeah, you disrespected them. 100%. That was disrespectful. Maybe I should have put Psychology and Respect 101 on the title today instead. Oh well. Sadly, like everything else, it's all linked together. In a world of cause and effect, there's a web. Everything's connected in one way, shape, or form. And it drives me so batty that so many of you can't see it. Some of you can. Some of you live in the same scenario I do. As far as mental placement, not physical scenario. And honestly, it drives me bonkers that so many people can't see how stuff's interconnected. It's like, how can you be that lacking in self-awareness? I know people without internal monologues that can do this shit properly. So those of you who have internal monologues and don't do this shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? I guarantee you it's something along the mental, emotional, and or neurological side. But anyways, let's get out of that. Most of you don't come to hear that. You need to hear it, but it's not the main reason you come here. So let's get back to it.
Another escalation in the Middle East. Can I also point out that we got intelligence from our own Pentagon that Iran may be developing or maybe at the same level they just were at within 6 months or so, meaning we'll have to strike once more. And I don't have faith in Trump to negotiate anything. Remember, he said 90 deals in 90 days. He's gotten 0 deals done. He said he was going to end the war in Ukraine. That didn't happen. The Middle East has gotten more of a mess. And all Trump is doing is whining on Truth Social. Let me play you this clip of Democratic Senator Chris Coons on Fox News yesterday. Watch this.
I'll just note that President Trump, by press accounts, is now moving towards negotiation and offering Iran a deal that looks somewhat similar to the Iran deal that was offered by Obama. Tens of billions of dollars of incentives and reduced sanctions in exchange for abandoning their nuclear program.
That is the clip that had Donald Trump ranting at 3 a.m. I mean, we know he watches Fox News more than he does his daily press briefings, but he literally is consumed by Fox News. Now, I'm going to read Trump's Truth Social tantrum in 1 second, but let me point out this pattern of
Duh.
Trump's presidency, where he tears up previous deals with 0 fallback plan whatsoever. Even if you put aside his Liberation Day tariffs, when he got into office, he tore up a perfectly good trade deal that we had with South Korea. South Korea is one of our allied countries. You can just call them and get a trade deal. Like, we're close with them. They're our friends. So Obama negotiated a trade deal in 2014 that had essentially 0 tariffs. Trump got into office. He tore up that South Korea trade deal with 0 tariffs. And now he's trying, I put trying in quotes, he's trying to renegotiate something. And what he's landed on is the same exact deal that Obama had reached over a decade ago, except Trump's isn't even like codified in Congress, meaning, one more time, Obama had a steady trade plan for decades that was going to go out through administration after administration. Trump tears it up for this like on the whim plan that will have to be renegotiated in 4 years. That's why I don't trust him when he sent out at 2 a.m. one great big beautiful bill. He said it's moving along nicely, make America great again. Except you're having trouble negotiating that as well. He then sent out
I'm Sarah, and I'm an attorney here at Atticus. It's no
at 2 a.m. The Trump administration has gotten costs down very substantially for the American consumer. I'm sorry, but this is just North Korea level propaganda at this point. The American consumer is struggling due to the unpredictability caused by your tariffs. Then Trump sends out this post. He says, "Tell phony Democrat Senator Chris Coons that I am not offering Iran anything, unlike Obama, who paid them billions under the stupid Road to a Nuclear Weapon JCPOA, which would now be expired, nor am I even talking to them since we totally obliterated their nuclear facilities." Okay, a lot of lies to debunk. The biggest one at the end. We didn't obliterate their nuclear facilities. All intelligence coming from Trump's own Pentagon shows that they'll be back at their normal rates within a few months. On top of that, if Obama's JCPOA was so weak and bad, why weren't you able to replace it with anything better? Why was there no fallback plan? MAGA Republicans always make this argument that because the Iran nuclear deal expires in 2025, the original Obama nuclear deal expired in 2025, Trump was right in ending it in 2018, which makes no sense. The only way you could make that argument is if Trump ended it in 2018 with a solid fallback plan or another deal that he negotiated. But no, he ended it and allowed Iran to enrich their uranium and to get to the point that we see today. And now he just disagrees with his own intelligence every step of the way and says there's no chance. You know what's funny? When the intelligence was saying we don't know if they're close to having nukes, Trump was saying, I don't believe my intelligence. We have to go strike anyways. And then when the intelligence said they actually moved all of their uranium, Trump was also saying, I don't believe my own intelligence. We obliterated their nuclear facilities. This dude is just lying to lie at this point. What we have to remember, what we can't forget, is that Trump tore up this JCPOA, the nuclear deal. Now he's trying to replace it with the exact same thing.
Yep.
He did the same thing with Russia and Ukraine, too.
Yeah.
For years, he said he would end this war on day one, or that it never would have happened under him. But we had a report when he got into office that he tried to float a peace deal that Biden had tried to float 2 years back. It's hilarious. And now we have reports from CNN like this. On Thursday, CNN, citing 4 sources familiar with the matter, reported that, quote, the Trump administration has discussed possibly helping Iran access as much as $30 billion to build a civilian energy producing nuclear program, easing sanctions, and freeing up billions of dollars in restricted Iranian funds. Trump at the time called such reports a hoax, propagated by a sleazebag within the fake news media. Yeah, totally a steady-handed president we have there. Coons cited that exact report in a Sunday appearance on Fox News, telling host Shannon Bream, quote, I'll just note that President Trump, by press accounts, is now moving towards negotiation and offering Iran a deal that would look somewhat similar to the Iran deal that was offered by Obama. Tens of billions of dollars of incentives and reduced sanctions in exchange for abandoning their nuclear program. I'm going to leave it there, but once again, my name is Adam Mockler, filling in at the Midas Touch channel. I have a channel below where we are building a Gen Z network for anybody.
Hey guys, it's me, Asha, and I am back with another Ask Asha Legal Explainer. So, this week I have two questions that I got from my Substack. The first is from Genevieve, and she is asking, what are your thoughts on the Supreme Court ruling regarding their okay to send people to foreign countries and without due process? And the second one is from Michael, and he says, Hi, Ms. Ringapa. Hi. I would like for you to please check about birthright citizenship. We know that the SCOTUS will be on the docket very soon. And he sent that earlier this week, and there was a decision that came out with regard to the birthright citizenship case today. And I wanted to talk about both of these because they both involve something
Excuse me.
called interim relief that is offered by the courts. And this is sort of a wonky procedural thing, but I think it's worth understanding. So, you can kind of understand the landscape of all of these decisions coming down because there's a lot happening. So, obviously, when a law is passed or an executive order is issued, the executive branch can begin enforcing it. Now, the people against whom it's enforced can go to court and try to challenge it. They can say it's illegal, it's unconstitutional, but litigation can take a lot of time. And so courts have what's called equitable jurisdiction. This sort of just means that they can exercise a jurisdiction in which they can sort of take into account notions of fairness. And under this equitable jurisdiction, they can actually stop a law or executive order from going into effect until the actual litigation is resolved and we actually know the final situation on whether the law or executive order is valid or constitutional. And the way the courts do this is that they will they can issue a temporary restraining order. This is immediate emergency relief, and they can issue basically a pause on the law going into effect, but it will only be temporary for about 14 days. And if they do, kind of a hearing where they listen to both of the parties and get deeper into the issues, they can issue a preliminary injunction. And that will basically pause the law from going into effect until you reach the final conclusion on the merits, until the court finally decides a final decision on the actual issues in the case. What the court considers in giving both a TRO or a preliminary injunction are very similar, but I think there's 4 factors, 2 of which I think are kind of important to the cases we're talking about this week. One is a likelihood of success on the merits. So again, in issuing this interim relief, this is sort of just until the final litigation happens. They're not making a decision on the actual legal issues, but they are going to look and see which side has better kind of legal argument with who's got the law more on their side. And so the court is making an assessment in this case on who's likely to succeed. And another factor that the court considers is irreparable harm. In other words, if the law is allowed to go into effect, what kind of harm could this cause? If the law isn't allowed to go into effect, what kind of harm would it cause the other party? In the case of the government, when it's trying to enforce something, then obviously the harm is whatever would happen to the party against whom it's enforced. And the harm to the government is, the harm of not being able to enforce the law. So this is sort of the background. These are interim measures. They're not sort of final orders of, based on the actual legal issues that are arising in the case. So with regard to the deportation case that Genevieve asked about, there are many deportation cases that are being litigated across the country. People are being removed under different authorities. This particular case arose in the District of Massachusetts, and it concerns people who are being removed to third countries, so countries that they are either not citizens of or from which they did not come directly. And it also involves the ability of people to challenge a removal to any country where they fear that they might be tortured. So our Immigration and Nationality Act gives people who are being removed a right to basically articulate any claims that they believe that they might be tortured if they're removed to the country that they're being sent to. And this is also part of the Convention Against Torture to which the
Oops.
U.S. is a party. So this is sort of our obligations under this international treaty as well as under our domestic statutory law. So the Department of Homeland Security was removing people to places where they believed that they might be tortured and were not giving them an opportunity to raise these claims. And so several people brought a lawsuit challenging this policy, and the district court in Massachusetts issued a temporary restraining order initially. And then after hearing from both the government and the plaintiffs, issued a preliminary injunction. And just to note here, the preliminary injunction wasn't that the government couldn't remove people at all. The preliminary injunction basically said, before you remove people, you need to give them notice of the country that they're being removed to and give them a meaningful opportunity to raise any claims that they have a belief that they might be tortured if they are sent to that country. And that preliminary injunction went into effect, which meant that the government had to comply with those conditions. Well, the Trump administration was not super happy about this, and so they wanted a stay of the preliminary injunction. And this kind of gets confusing. I know that it gets confusing to me. So a preliminary injunction is basically a pause on the law going into effect. A stay of the preliminary injunction is a pause on the pause. So it's kind of like a double negative. So the Trump administration wanted a stay of the preliminary injunction, and this went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And this is what the Supreme Court issued.
Dublin, you need to be careful about that.
The stay that the government asked for, which basically meant they got that double negative. They got the pause on the pause. And so the government is allowed to continue removing people without having to, give these conditions. Again, the litigation is continued. This is all about this interim relief, so it's not a final decision. But my takeaway, Genevieve, is that basically, if you look at those factors that I mentioned before, the law is really on the side of the people who are arguing that they should have a chance to get due process and notice and be able to make these claims. And especially, I think the factor of irreparable harm is on their side, because obviously if they're being sent to a place where they might be tortured, even if down the line, sorry, that's my cat. Even if down the line the litigation ends up being in their favor, how do you turn back the clock? How do you reverse that? How do you make that whole? And, bring people back. And so this is what Sonia Sotomayor, in her dissent to this order, points out. And she says, the harm to the government here is just that they can't enforce their policy does seem to be outweighed. The bigger thing here, though, is that what's happening behind the scenes since this district court issued its preliminary injunction, which meant that the government was obligated to comply with it, they were violating it. They kept sending people to different countries without giving them the notice and opportunity to raise these claims as the district court order had required. And basically, in granting this stay, the government has rewarded that behavior. I mean, they haven't taken into account, even if the government won in the end, they were required to follow the law in between. And I will have more on that in my Substack, because there's a
Hi.
whistleblower complaint that
Did you
came
get
out
it?
that basically details what was going on behind the scene. So it's not just that the government gets to continue, continue with its policy and potentially violating people's rights until this litigation is resolved. It's that they're not even being held accountable for violating a court order until the Supreme Court decided this issue. So let's turn to the birthright citizenship case. So that also involves this interrelief, these injunctions.
No offense, lady, but you're making me drowsy. I don't know if it's her presentation or whatnot, but I'm having trouble with this one today. And it's not what she's saying is boring or has no context or anything like that. It's just but I think we all get the idea here. I read agenda down below. Okay, Anthony.
Donald Trump has just been handed more power by the Supreme Court.
Great.
Yes, it has backed the disgraced president's efforts to limit lower courts' authority to issue nationwide injunctions. In this shift, injunctions would now only protect the specific plaintiffs who brought suit, such as certain states or advocacy groups, rather than halting policies across all 50 states. This marks a significant recalibration.
That is some really bad news. That is a major shift. That is not good. No wonder it's got that alarm bells going off. Yeah, damn right there should be. For those of you who do not understand what he just said, don't understand the implications of it, let me break it down for you. In other words, all these court rulings that used to go statewide because, well, I mean, not state, but countrywide because it should have, because that's the law, are now no longer a thing. If you want to be able to go and defend yourself, you're not going to have these other cases to back yourself up on. Because it's this way here doesn't mean it's going to be this way here. And, oh my God. Yeah, they've turned it into a free-for-all. Quite literally. Well, except it's not. anywhere close to free. It's expensive as fuck and will continue to be. Big rulings like Roe v. Wade, shit like that. So much other shit. Oh my god. Put it quite simply, because one judge has ruled that it's not legal by law standards in one state doesn't mean that a judge in another state can't rule that it is. As well as several others. Holy shit. Oh, please tell me you can explain this better, Anthony.
Celebration of judicial power over presidential actions.
Thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and
It's never
many other
happened.
priorities of the American people. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme
No.
Court today.
The ruling did
No.
not resolve whether Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship is constitutional. Instead, it paused enforcement of the policy pending further legal challenge. In response, immigrant rights groups like CASA and the Asylum Seeker Advocacy Project have moved quickly to seek emergency relief, filing class action lawsuits and aiming to extend protections to all those who might be affected, including children born to undocumented parents. In a 6-3 decision, the court's conservative majority, led by Justice Amy Coney Barrett, held that nationwide injunctions likely exceed the authority granted to lower courts and limited the scope of existing injunctions only to the cases at hand. Barrett clarified that these limits do not immediately activate Trump's policy, which remains paused for at least 30 days after the ruling. Chief Justice Roberts noted that the court's action did not affirm the legality of Trump's birthright citizenship policy. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson dissented strongly, warning that this ruling could let the government enforce potentially unconstitutional policies against individuals who have not sued. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, also in dissent, called the decision a travesty for the rule of law. Birthright citizenship, rooted in the 14th Amendment and upheld in the 1898 case of United States versus Wong Kim Ark, has remained uncontested until Trump's recent order. The Biden-approved nationwide injunction had maintained the status quo, granting citizenship to children born in the U.S. regardless of their parents' immigration status. Immigration advocates and attorneys general from states including New Jersey, Washington, California, Massachusetts, and Connecticut stressed that for now birthright citizenship remains intact and emphasized their intention to continue legal challenges. The ACLU condemned the Supreme Court decision, calling the executive order blatantly illegal and cruel, but acknowledged the ruling left open further defense options. At its core, Trump versus CASA Inc. is about judicial reach. Trump's legal team argued that judges should only block orders for those who directly sue, not prevent enforcement nationwide. This ruling could curtail federal judges' long-standing practice of issuing broad, countrywide stays, reshaping future limits on executive power. Moments after the ruling, Trump entered the White House press briefing room with the air of someone who believed he could do no wrong. In his narrative, he had resolved crises in the Middle East, forced NATO allies to increase their spending, and brought stability to parts of Africa. Now, after this favorable Supreme Court ruling, he saw himself as an unchallenged ruler, a modern-day Napoleon crowned by the judiciary. We've had a big week, he told reporters, a lot of wins this week. As the Supreme Court limited the ability of lower courts to issue sweeping nationwide injunctions, blocked Trump's policies, a move that he interpreted as a green light for executive dominance. Trump celebrated it as another step towards his policy goals. Eager to bask in the media spotlight, especially compared to his more reserved predecessor Joe Biden, Trump took the opportunity to lash out at critical outlets and celebrate the court's decision. He framed the ruling as a triumph for constitutional principles and separation of powers, falsely boasting that people are elated all over the country and signaling that other controversial targets like sanctuary city funding and refugee programs were next on his list. The broader question of how much authority federal judges should wield over national policy is not new. Even Barack Obama once voiced exasperation when a lower court stalled his immigration initiatives. Attorney General Pam Bondi claimed a long-standing bipartisan concern affecting presidents from both parties. But with all other guardrails now broken, the judiciary was the final protection that the people had against the authoritarian dictator that is now sitting in the White House. In her majority, Justice Amy Coney Barrett dismissed Ketanji Brown Jackson's warnings about weakening judicial checks on executive overreach. Barrett accused the dissent of favoring an imperial judiciary while criticizing executive authority. But the broader political context complicates the legal debate. Trump has weakened congressional oversight.
Y'all might have heard that word I was talking about earlier, authority. You may notice that in this situation, again, one person thinks respect is the authority scenario. And that's not the word. This is another rather blatant time where people have a different understanding of this word. Not to mention the word authority and what it entails. Anyway.
Threatened the press through lawsuits, attacked universities and cultural institutions, and even used the military to suppress protesters. The judiciary is often served as the last remaining check on his power. Without this ruling, that check is extinguished. Pressed by a reporter about whether the ruling gave the president too much unchecked authority, Trump replied, "It's the opposite. The Constitution has been restored." Still, critics point out that the Supreme Court expanding executive leeway now includes 3.
I have to say this, because he's not saying it right away. It's not restored. As a matter of fact, Constitution itself speaks there should be a balance of power. And what's going on here is the consolidation of power in the executive branch. If you can't see that, you need to slap yourself and take a harder look. I'm not going to go any more onto that one just because I'm for real. You need to slap yourself across the face and take a harder look. Things are going stupid, and they're going stupid very quickly. Very, very fucking quickly. If you've been part of this Trump bullshit and still are, get the fuck out. Seriously. You are in the last few days of which you are going to be able to get the fuck out. That's not because of any plan that's put in place or anything like that. I am watching this whole scenario just continue to crumble and decay, build to a couple of different confrontational outbreaks. Both locally and abroad. Like I said, if you still support Trump for some fuck off reason, then it's time to get the fuck out. It's time to wise up. Unless you want to go down in history as the wrong, possibly dead and wrong. Not saying that's what will happen. I'm saying it's a possibility, and not a small possibility. I'm not I'm not doing hyperboil shit here. I'm not filling you full of bullshit. This isn't fluff. This isn't smoke. I'm being real. Y'all wanted to sit here and fear the left, fear the left. Oh, they're so horrible. They're so horrible. Because they were the ones taking care of you. They were the ones that actually gave a shit. Half of you wouldn't have what you have if it wasn't for them. At least half of you, if not more. And no, they don't lord it over you. People that do that are the fucking millionaires. As you've heard on this channel multiple times, this isn't a fucking left versus right thing. It's a fucking class war. It's millionaires versus everybody else. Millionaires and billionaires, the top fucking 20%. If that. Stop being fooled by the money. Sad. Beyond it. It's gotten to the point where I don't see you guys are drinking Kool-Aid anymore. Y'all are drinking goddamn antifreeze. And guess what? That shit's gonna kill you. It's not just gonna kill you, it's gonna make you suffer on the way out. We've been warning you, and warning you, and warning you, and warning you. We've been showing you, and showing you, and telling you, and showing you, giving you the fucking evidence and proof for you to fucking see with your own goddamn eyes. But no, you listen to the Coppertone Cobblehead and think, oh, he's got to be telling the truth. He can't be lying. He's not a politician. I should smack you for that. Every time I hear that goddamn line, he's not a politician. Yeah, he is. He became a politician when he decided to switch parties to run for president. Classic politician. But please, continue on with that. He's not a racist, but he's only targeting Mexican people with these immigration raids. Or people that look Mexican. Not all the not these illegal Russians or illegal Asian or European people. Just people of color. So yeah, keep going go on with that. He's not benefiting from his presidency. Bitcoin shoes. Funny money. Literal funny money. Money with his fucking fake money printed with his name face printed on it. Yeah, no, don't even. He been lying to you motherfuckers left and right, and you've been drinking it up like it's some fucking maple syrup. And no, no. And you a wannabe poser ass Canadian. As in you wanna be that Canadian. Not you are. You a wannabe. You a fucking poser. Real Canadians look at you and going, "Oi, you all right?" What is it with you people? I don't get it. I don't get how you can be so close-minded, so ignorant of the world around you, when you have no choice but to fucking face it because it's right goddamn there in front of you. That's illogical. That makes no sense. Any way, shape, or form. Not even from an emotional standpoint, which y'all seem to like to run off of. Man, pull your heads out of your asses before it's too late. Seriously. I care about each and every one of you as a person. But I'll be damned if you ain't acting like a bunch of fucking idiots. And I want to smack your heads together. Stop acting so stupid. You guys can do better than this on a bad day. You've made that rather clear. I don't hate you. I am extremely disappointed in you, though. That's an understatement. Anyways.
Trump loyalists. And it was that court which previously ruled that former presidents have immunity from prosecution for actions taken in office, a decision that seemed to elevate Trump above the law. The criminal cases that once surrounded him now seem like distant memories.
It's your favorite president, President Trump. Now, I hear there's a lot of confusion about voting, mostly caused by me. So I'm here to straighten it out. With my proven technique, you can vote like Trump and for Trump. Trump.
I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5-Minute News at YouTube.
That is one tall level of projection. curious. Another thing I really don't understand is why a lot of Trump supporters, massive projection people, and I'm putting that rather lightly. The level of projection that I constantly see from Trump supporters, not all, but most, let me be clear, not all, but most, is, oy, what is, trying to figure out the words I'm looking for here. It's astounding, for sure. Not in a good way. I've seen less projection from angry 3-year-olds. I mean, I wish I was being over dramatic or whatnot on that, but I'm I'm not. And that's the part that really kind of messes with me.
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this?
So, a number of points about this, but the main thing I want to point out and explain why that this is true, which is this was a speed bump for people fighting to preserve the Constitution, the birthright citizenship. We'll explain why it's just a mere speed bump. But as for the federal judiciary, it's a sinkhole for them, including the Supreme Court. And we'll get at that and explain why that's the situation in a moment. But first, let's make sure you hit that subscribe button and help make us the biggest and best legal analysis channel that there is. So let's start for a moment here with playing President Trump. He's been described on mainstream media as being nearly giddy with joy about this, being really happy about it. We'll play it for you. You can decide for yourself what you think.
On a nationwide basis, and some of the cases
Oh
that
yeah, it's Canada Day.
the ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore, that was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship.
So he doesn't look very giddy at all, but that's because obviously he's reading. So when he's reading prepared remarks, it's very hard for him to be very spontaneous at all. But obviously he likes what happened today, but he totally misunderstands what happened. He has no clue as to what actually happened. So, for example, he says we can promptly file. He thinks he's going to file something now to take away birthright citizenship. Well, as has been repeatedly explained by like everybody under the sun, including me, you can't just file something and change the Constitution, right? It has to be amended, ratified. etc. In a more common sense way, though, file for what? What is he talking about? He's in litigation now over his executive order trying to overturn the Constitution. That's why the lower courts enjoined his order, and they enjoined it nationally. They said this is a national injunction. Can't do it any place in the country. They got to the Supreme Court, and the court very specifically didn't want to address the birthright citizenship issue, meaning he's trying to revoke that. They said, oh, we're only talking here
The known dark Senate says,
about
what's
whether
up
or
at Old
not
McGee?
federal district courts can impose a nationwide injunction in certain kinds of cases.
One moment, I'm
And to do
in the restroom.
that, what they did was they looked at rather ancient history. But let me get to that in a second. I said it was a speed bump. Why is it a speed bump? As has been widely noted, within 2 hours,
The known dark
the
Senate says,
same
do you remember we
plaintiffs who were
spoke about
ready
Star
for
Wars
this
and D&D?
outcome, obviously, they refiled a case as a class action seeking a class
Yes, I
action
do.
injunction. Now, that's the direction this case is going to go in, and any other kinds of cases that are similar to this, where there's a very large number of people affected, can all be redone as a class action. Several of the people in the majority opinion, the conservatives, pointed this out. Justice Alito was very worried about that. He doesn't like class actions, right? Because class actions tend to be on behalf of the people. Alito kind of doesn't like things being on behalf of the people. He wants to stick with the conservative viewpoint.
The
Let's
known
only do
dark
the
Senate
legalistic
says, are you still
aspects. So he
interested to play our
distrusts
DM
class
and main
actions, I
villain,
think,
Evil
because
Dark
they seem like
Emperor?
a populist kind of movement. Now, that's what's going to happen logistically in terms of litigation. It's just gonna
Sadly,
be a
no,
speed bump.
I can't
There's gonna be lots of
fill that
litigation.
role.
Now, it definitely
I
causes harm to the
I've
people
got
who
the
are
mind to be the good villain,
birthright
make a good
citizens.
villain,
Because
but I just don't have the
there
heart.
are going to be thousands
The known
of,
dark
right
Senate
now,
says, oh
there are
why?
many, for example, pregnant women who don't know what the citizenship of their child will be, and it can cause chaos, right? One state is okay, another state is not okay. This is what the Supreme Court has wrought. But it's not on the merits
Not to
of the
mention,
point.
DMing is
And
not
the
my strong suit
majority
by a long
opinion
shot.
specifically says, it lays this out really clearly in footnote 4, that they're only ruling about the 1789 Judiciary Act. They're not talking about Article 3 power, meaning whether or not the judiciary can rule on the constitutionality or the legality of what the president has done. But now let's get into why it's a sinkhole for the judiciary. Okay, speed bump for birthright citizenship issue, that's still going to proceed, still going to be litigated. In the meantime,
At Fiverr, we offer 3D rendering services.
I mean, case in point, I still can't make my own character sheet.
Who knows a guy who has a cousin who has a neighbor who could do it? Well, we also know a guy, Sebastian, a freelance expert with tons of reviews like this. We also know Kate, Carla, Shannon, and Greg, who provide services such as rendering, floor plans, sketching, and virtual staging. And they're all just a click away.
there can't be a nationwide bar on applying it, but case by case, class actions, thousands of people, that's all going to go forward. So that's just a speed bump. But why is this opinion so bad for the judiciary? Well, as I wrote in an MSNBC opinion piece, we'll put it up here for you, free, no paywall. This is incredibly myopic on the part of the justices. They don't really see what they're doing here because they're in such a rush, so full of themselves to do it. Now, I'm really talking about the conservative majority here. You saw that in Chief Justice Roberts musing in oral arguments and his questions, so pleased with himself how fast they can handle their shadow docket issues. And now in the opinion, you see Justice Kavanaugh's concurrence pointing out that he says it's their job to take on these really important cases, meaning they want to usurp the rest of the judiciary. Trust only us. It's like a whole new standard. He uses this term, the interim before the interim, and that's where so many of these Trump cases are, right? We've been talking about preliminary injunctions, temporary restraining orders. That's what Kavanaugh means when he calls this the interim before the interim, because it's before you get to even the full preliminary injunction issue. Now, I was on television tonight with a conservative former Trump lawyer who wanted to make the point that what's bad about these nationwide injunctions is that the district courts aren't doing enough fact-finding. They're just kind of willy-nilly making the decisions. And I pointed out to him, I mean, talk about willy-nilly decisions. The Supreme Court hardly is in a position to do fact finding, right? They never do that. They are the ones imposing their judgment on these issues. And as Kavanaugh points out in his opinion, it's like this whole new standard where it's if we think it's really important, we're going to come in and do something about it. That's not really the standard for preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders, not whether any court feels it's really important or whether Kavanaugh feels it's important. What's important is what does the evidence establish about harm, right? We always go back to that. You got to be showing the irreparable harm. I mean, there are other issues too. But here, the harm has really been distorted because the harm should be focusing on what kind of harm can happen to the people affected. Now, the court is saying there's irreparable harm to the executive branch, to Trump's power, if you intrude on it this way or you restrict it this way. It's not that there's no harm there, right? So let me make that clear. There is a harm if you do something that hurts the effectiveness of the executive to do things. That harms the overall system, and that will trickle down to harming all of us, too. I mean, if you hamstring the president from doing things, for example, just as it trickles down to all of us when you hamstring Congress, or Congress hamstrings itself, or you hamstring the judiciary. And that's what SCOTUS did today. They hamstrung the judiciary. Maybe not themselves, but the rest of it, by saying that you can't impose these nationwide injunctions even in situations where it's grossly wrong. Because remember, this has repeatedly been held to be an illegal executive order, and they're not even talking about that. Why would the harm be so grave that you can't let it be litigated, right? Let's say at the end of a couple of years of litigation, it turns out, oh, it's actually okay for these executive orders to go forward, whether it's about transgender rights, cutting Medicaid, Medicare, whatever it is. That was the normal standard. That's the way it was, the status quo. Someone wants to challenge it, someone being Trump, let them litigate it. The purpose of these preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders is to preserve the status quo,
All right.
to make sure
Time
that
for my smoke break.
status quo isn't hurting someone. And that's what the Supreme Court has backwards. They're so concerned about the potential harm to the power of the executive. And it's not that there's no harm if you improperly restrict the executive, but that is a theoretical harm, right? And the immediate harm, the actualized harm happening every day, is to people. And that's really what the Supreme Court has lost sight of. It's going to be a
What,
signal
baby?
for the lower courts because they're basically having their jurisdiction reduced so that the Supreme Court can decide whatever it wants to decide. But the Supreme Court will be swamped, and more importantly, they are looking at the wrong kind of harm. They have really forgotten about the people that they and the judicial system is supposed to protect. So we're going to try to keep shining light on that for you. We'll keep covering this and other issues, and we're going to see how the birthright citizenship challenge in particular plays out now that they've revamped and are going to do the class action. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Okay. Let me go back and get the next one going before I step out. Hi, baby.
A father of 3 U.S. Marine sons is at the center of a disturbing viral video that shows immigration agents punching and arresting him.
Give me your hand!
I've never heard of my dad like that. Never heard him in pain.
Multiple videos shared on social media show a Tustin man being punched by Border Patrol agents as they try to detain him in the middle of a busy intersection in Santa Ana.
I felt a lot of anger. I was really mad, and then I was really sad as well. I just wish I could have been there to help him.
Alejandro says his father was working a landscaping job at IHOP when he was approached by agents.
From what I'm thinking is he saw like these individuals come up with masks, civilian clothes with guns out. Pretty sure he got scared.
Alejandro, a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, and his younger brothers, both active duty Marines, called the arrest of their father frustrating and inhumane.
Both my parents always taught us to respect everyone, respect this country, thank this country, and then that led us to join the Marine Corps and kind of give back to the country and be thankful. And then is this. I don't think it's right.
It's Ken Harbaugh with the Midas Touch Network. I'm going to point something out that is probably obvious to most of the vets who watch this show, but may have escaped many others. The only son speaking out about this brutal assault, and that's what it was, an assault by masked government agents on a nonviolent, hardworking immigrant. Only the former Marine son is talking to the press. The other two, still on active duty, have stayed quiet. I bring that up because it speaks to the enormous professionalism of these young men. Their father was beaten by agents of the same government that they serve. But as active duty Marines, they are honoring their oaths and their chains of command, and they are not commenting. I'm pretty sure if I were in their shoes, I would not have that kind of discipline. What happened to their dad is unconscionable. And while I admire the sincerity of their patriotism in the face of this assault, I have to confess, my patriotism is tested at times like this. But I always come back to the idea that the truest way to love your country is not to celebrate some myth about past greatness, but to demand that America live up to its promises and to hold it accountable. We are about to face monumental tests of patriotism because what is happening in LA is going to spread. The Trump regime's assault on civilians there is merely the opening salvo in a larger campaign to extend his reach into communities across the country. With the ultimate
Oregon's
goal,
next.
this is critical, of staying in power by whatever means necessary. And he is going to use the military to do it. I spoke with Chris Goldsmith about this as usual. He does not disappoint. Here's our conversation. Welcome to the Ken Harbaugh Show. We've got Chris Goldsmith back with us. He is the head of Veterans Fighting Fascism. Speaks for itself. Never more relevant than today. Chris also helped produce the phenomenally successful Unite for Veterans event in DC. But it's amazing how quickly the news cycle shifts, isn't it, Chris? Because I know it felt like a few hours later, the Trump regime is cracking heads in LA. And you've got a really insightful news Substack posts that says this is a test case. This is a trial run for something bigger. What do you think?
Yeah, that is exactly what people should be looking to Los Angeles and seeing. What hasn't gotten enough attention, I think, regarding the memorandum that Trump published last week, is that it didn't say the words California or Gavin Newsom or Los Angeles. He federalized the National Guard, period, full stop. Not California National Guard. He federalized the National Guard, and he authorized deployments ahead of ICE actions, anticipating that there would be protests. And he defines in this memorandum, which is not very long, it's like a page long, he defines protests as a form of insurrection against the United States. And it is because of that form of insurrection, these protests, First Amendment protected protests, that he is planning to deploy troops throughout the country. And this is really what you and I have been talking about for 4 years now, is what we perceive as one of the core
Or me, even longer.
the normalization of troops being used as police forces. We are one major step toward that happening nationwide.
Do you think this is being done with an eye towards 2026 and the elections? What is he laying the groundwork for? Like, what is this in anticipation of?
Well, Donald Trump has been talking about what he defines as illegal votes, or people who are not citizens voting in the presidential election. His base and conservatives more broadly truly do believe that there are folks who are undocumented who are voting in federal elections for which there is no evidence, but there is lots of propaganda about it. So the normalization issues on the ground for this immigration issue that we're facing today, or the mass deportations and kidnappings, to I guess use more accurate terminology, it's not a big leap to imagine them being used for elections, because in the minds of Trump and a broad spectrum on the political right, immigration and voting are the same issue. they believe that the people who are being deported have been illegally voting, even though there is. I shouldn't just say there's no evidence for it. It is false. It is a lie. It is untrue. It is propaganda. And it is meant to incite racist violence and to justify racist violence by the state and civilians and vigilantes against people of color.
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel at the
That's
DNC.
very much the
I
case,
just sued President Trump and Doge, and I hope you will support us by
whether you
joining
like it or
the
not.
Fund.
And I'm sorry, but that's legit.
Trump signed an executive order to impose radical changes on how Americans register to vote, cast a ballot, and participate in our democracy, all of which threaten to disenfranchise lawful voters, and none of which is legal.
Trump wasn't the only one. That's been going on for quite some time. At least 30 years. So, let's not chalk it up to somebody who's only done some of the work.
Hey, it's Ken Harbaugh. Huge shout out to everyone who has supported this show via our Patreon page. If you want to weigh in with questions for upcoming guests or give us feedback on past guests or make sure you never miss an episode, click the link below. It's free to sign up. And if you're able to pitch in a few bucks a month, just know that we put every dollar back into the show. We do have another important trip to Ukraine coming up. Thanks for the help. One of the challenges we have when it comes to the federalization of the National Guard is that so many of the levers of power that the Trump regime is exercising are illegal. I mean, many of the things they're doing are patently illegal, like the disappearing and the renditions and those kinds of things. But the president can federalize the National Guard. The president doesn't need a governor's sign off. I mean, it's extremely rare. You have to go back to Johnson to find the last instance of this. But how can citizens push back against something like this, knowing that it's wrong, knowing that it's provocative and inflammatory when it's not yet crossed the line into illegality?
Yeah, so one critical point of the memorandum that Trump published last week is that he is not defining, he's not invoking the Insurrection Act. If he were to invoke the Insurrection Act, Congress would have certain powers to rein him back in because he's using these synonyms and not specifically allowing troops to enforce federal law, but instead to protect federal buildings and federal agents. He is staying in his lane. He is not crossing into illegality. But I don't think that it's necessary for him to invoke the Insurrection Act or to cross the line and to, start acting as if he invoked the Insurrection Act. What I believe is likely to happen is that Stephen Miller will likely try to make it so that federal troops are put into harm's way so that their physical presence, whether it's the weapons, the uniforms, the shields, the armored vehicles, when they get put into a compromised position where they're undermanned and they are in a hotspot and not backed up or not backing up local forces or federal forces, there will come a time when protesters are provoked into attacking troops, and troops will then be able to defend themselves. As I imagine the rules of engagement are going to be something that they pay attention to and loosen up beyond anything that we've seen previously. The videos alone, even if the troops don't defend themselves, if bricks or things like Molotov cocktails are getting thrown at active duty troops or reservists in uniform, the propaganda value of those photos and videos are going to give Trump the political capital that he needs to push the envelope further. This is a tactic of authoritarians. It has been used throughout history, where they create a propaganda opportunity by basically putting their own troops at risk, knowing that it is going to provoke a violent response because the community feels threatened. And after that community responds, he is going to get to escalate like all of the authoritarians have before him.
Which makes the deployment of U.S. Marines all the more ominous. I mean, this is an escalation. I don't think most people realize the difference between a National Guard unit. These guys are bankers and bakers in their spare time, versus active duty US Marines who train to storm beaches and kill America's enemies. And they are now being told that America's enemies are
Americans. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let's kind of level set a little bit, because I think that most people watching this show are not veterans, have not spent time in the military, and don't really understand not just the cultural differences between all of these different types of units, but what it actually looks like to experience that kind of service. So Army reservists, or California National Guard in this case, these are people who have full-time jobs. They are literally citizen soldiers. This is an all-volunteer force. People who join the National Guard in California, most of their time in service is doing things like responding to emergencies. In the case of California,
Jimmy and Marcus have a job. They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancing. Whether it's for
think wildfires, think landslides,
Good job.
rainstorms, right? That is what the National Guard does. And these people are generally joining not just to serve their community, but for the same benefits that everybody else in the working class, needs to survive. Educational benefits, medical benefits, that type of thing, right? These are not people who are necessarily joining the military to end the lives of the enemy like I
Right.
did when I joined after 9/11 as a forward observer. I joined the Army to blow up the enemy. That was my job as a forward observer.
Yeah.
The National Guardsmen in California, these people did not join the military, the National Guard, to do that kind of thing. Something like 30% or more of California National Guardsmen are immigrants or from immigrant families. They are from this community.
Yeah.
Now, that is very different from the Marines, the active duty Marines who are at Camp Pendleton. Now, every unit and every MOS, military occupational specialty, is different. Not everybody joined, the Army to blow things up like I did. Some people are in intel or logistics or civil affairs, right? I don't know the specifics on the Marine Corps unit, but as an active duty unit, these are people who live in the uniform. They are a Marine when they wake up in the morning, they are a Marine when they go to bed at night, and everything in between, they are a Marine. That is their identity. That is what all of their training and their job experience is all about. That is just a very culturally different experience than being mobilized from the community to serve the community that you're in, right? These Marines from Pendleton don't necessarily have familial or cultural ties the way that the National Guardsmen do. So that distance is, to me, a little bit worrying. But I do want to remind people that, again, this is an all-volunteer force. These are Americans, and American troops did not join the military to wield their weapons against Americans. So the mindset that would need to be instilled in a Marine or otherwise other service member is fundamentally different from, say, cops. People who join the LAPD grew up watching riots. They know what the LAPD's relationship with civilians is, and they're joining that for a reason. When people join the Marine Corps, they don't think they're joining the LAPD.
No.
They're not coming in with the mindset of, okay, I'm going to face off with protesters someday. So they are going to experience, I think, a moral conundrum that they're going to have to face that is unique. They have never faced this before, and no one that they've served under has faced something like this before.
Yeah.
Well, and undoubtedly,
That's accurate.
in 10 years, we'll be talking about moral injury at a whole new
Streambot
scale
says,
because of what
YouTube,
this regime is
Salvo,
asking
hey
the
Justin.
military to do.
Hi, Salvo.
Chris, we got to leave it there. Thanks so much. Let's talk again soon.
Thank you.
But Chris has that 100% right. it is different being active duty versus National Guard. Even for the Army. I went in for the intelligence line. I didn't make it through basic. That's partially because I was still trained as infantry. I was not going in to kill
Restreambot
people.
says, YouTube, Salvo, nice to see you, friend.
Nice to see you as well, Salvo.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Salvo, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing alright. Kinda, well, I can't say worried is quite the right word, but it's pretty damn close. Kinda at a point of suckage because PlayStation decided they were going to take the annual fee for PlayStation Plus yesterday, which took the money for internet today. So about the 15th, I'm going to be shut off and be trying to run on the motel Wi-Fi, which is not stream worthy. So that's kind of simmering in the background. Otherwise, I'm alright. I wasn't expecting PlayStation to do that. I thought I had got the fucking auto renew shit turned off.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Salvo, many hugs for you, friend.
Thank you, Salvo. What, my little monster? Here. Purr, purr, purr.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Salvo, I love you so much, my friend.
Thank you, Salvo.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Salvo, splendid cat, Justin.
Thank you, Salvo. She's a smart little girl. Who is saying she wants down, but loving the pets. She's like, oh. Okay, I'm done. Where's that birdie? There it is. Don't paw at me when I'm trying to get it for you. You steal it from me, I can't throw it for you. Booger bite. Keeps going over onto the bag. Good girl. Yeah, that's pretty much what's up. Kinda sucks.
As Donald Trump's presidency continues to crash, he's engaging in more outrageous stunts, dangerous stunts. Today, he's going to an area that they're calling Alligator Alcatraz. It's a concentration camp
Restreambot
located
says, YouTube, Salvo, love for pets is a splendid thing, Justin, many congratulations.
Thank you. And indeed it is. I wish a lot more people would actually take the time and learn their cats and realize how awesome cats actually are. I mean, still catch mom and dad off guard with Dublin. They're like, she acts like a dog. Except for, like, there's no drooling or panting or... But she listens and behaves like a dog. It's like, yeah, I've been telling you guys for a while. And you've been seeing it when we were out at the ranch. Cats are trainable. Not only are they trainable, but they're smart as shit. I mean, I get people like dogs, and there's a few breeds I even kind of enjoy. But whenever it comes to a dog, my biggest issue is the fact that they're just so stupid. I know. Speaking of internet, there it is.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
The Everglades in the swampland in Florida. It's a remote airstrip where the Trump regime is working with MAGA Republican Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida to send thousands of migrants who will now be housed in this
Restreambot
concentration
says,
camp. And if they
YouTube,
were to go to
Salvo,
the wrong
you're so
areas,
kind, my
they
friend
will
Justin.
get killed and maimed
Thank you,
and
Salvo.
eaten by alligators. And this is being promoted by Trump, by Fox, by DeSantis. It is absolutely despicable. Also, Donald Trump will be meeting with the B-2 bombers who were involved in the Iran airstrikes. He will be using them as props in the White House to politicize July 4th events there. And he will surround himself and try to, in my opinion, steal their valor by using them as props in the White House. This is what you do when you are a pathetic, weak individual like Donald Trump who has no understanding of service, and all you know how to do your entire life, like Trump does, is commit crimes and fraud and bankrupt things. Let's just go through some of the facts right here. So this trip to Alligator Alcatraz today in
Restreambot
Florida.
says,
This
YouTube,
is how
Salvo,
Fox
Forever Friends
is
Justin.
covering it. Shout out to
Forever
our
friends
over
indeed,
in Fox
Salvo.
News for capturing this as well. They literally do like a
Restreambot
trailer
says,
for Alligator
YouTube,
Alcatraz. And they're
Salvo,
like, and these
always by your
migrants
side,
will
you know,
get
my
eaten
friend.
by alligators
Thank you,
if they
Salvo.
escape.
And yes,
It's
I do.
so pathetic. Here, watch this.
This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens.
One suggestion, build two. The first one's going to fill up quick.
By the way, here are a group of protesters now outside of Alligator Alcatraz is what they're calling it. Take a look at this from MSNBC. Let's play it.
All day, we have seen a steady stream of cement trucks and fencing line up into this site, really reflecting the breakneck speed by which the state is trying to put this together. The governor says this is going to be ready on Tuesday. He argues that this is a crucial effort to partner state and local resources with the federal government to accomplish President Trump's ambitious deportation goals, saying they simply don't have enough capacity to detain everybody that they want to deport. But here people are clearly concerned. Hundreds of protesters lining the street for, I'd say, about a quarter mile in each direction, saying that this is going to disrupt the very fragile ecology here in the Everglades. At the center of this argument is the native people here, who really reject this premise that this is
Restreambot
some
says,
barren wasteland
YouTube,
filled with
Salvo,
alligators
I'm
and
very proud to be your
pythons.
friend,
The native
subscriber and
people,
fan
part of
Justin.
Thank you, Salvo.
tribes that live here,
I'm glad to have you
Restreambot
here.
says, YouTube, Salvo, you deserves all the best, friend.
Thank you, Salvo.
that could be disrupted with all of these trucks coming in, trying to truck thousands of people into this area. So as this all plays out in the court, only 3 days left to go until the governor says this is going to be operational.
Our friends over at Alt National Park Service account, here's how they describe this remote land strip in the Everglades that's become a concentration camp. We've talked about Alligator Alcatraz before. Here are more details. Starting the first week of July, when South Florida's heat index regularly hits 100 degrees Fahrenheit, they plan to detain up to 5,000 people in tents. No AC, no real shelter, just suffocating heat, choking humidity, and
Restreambot
swarms of
says,
mosquitoes.
YouTube,
The location,
Salvo,
a
you
remote
deserves my
airstrip
support,
deep
friend.
in the Everglades,
Thank you, Salvo.
surrounded by marshes, alligators, and invasive pythons. Florida officials are calling it a detainment camp They say it's fine because we are swamp creatures and even brag that nature will do us some favors. This isn't policy, it's cruelty, plain and simple, and it's happening on U.S. soil, as Dr. Kevin Young explains. You all understand that this is a concentration camp, right? Right? And here's how Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's chief propagandist, describes it. Oh, and by the way, this alligator Alcatraz is going to cost $450 million a year potentially to run. And here's what the Homeland Security official account is posting. Alligators wearing ice hats. They're mocking the idea of migrants getting eaten and maimed by alligators. But go on, Caroline Leavitt. Here's what she had to say. Play this clip.
On a scheduling note, tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road
Restreambot
leading
says,
in, and
YouTube,
the only
Salvo,
way out is a one-way flight.
Thank you, Salvo.
It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low...
Sorry about the bell on the phone there. Have somebody sitting there trying to call me illiterate again. It's just like... We are communicating through a text format. The fact that you understand me and we are conversating right now is proof that that statement is false. Would you like some more rope to hang yourself with?
cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
And folks, as I've said before, these are absolutely despicable and putrid individuals. Like, they really are. I don't know how else to say. They are awful human beings. Awful, terrible people. As I mentioned before, then on the 4th of July, Donald Trump will steal the valor of B-2 pilots who did courageously engage in the strikes on Iran. They were not as successful as Donald Trump claimed. We know from the satellite image that the Fordow nuclear facility in Iran is being rebuilt. Iran moved the uranium out.
YouTube,
and Iran was
Salvo,
even surprised
I just put
that
one
the
like you
strikes
as
were
always,
not as
Justin.
Thank you,
strong
Salvo.
as they thought it was going to be. This is confirmed by European intelligence as well, in addition to CENTCOM, in addition to the Pentagon's damage assessment. Trump will lie about it. But in any event, as we think about Donald Trump stealing the valor of these B-2 pilots and of our
Restreambot
troops,
says,
remember when
YouTube,
Donald Trump
Salvo,
was on
good watch, my
Howard
friend.
Stern, and he said that the
Thanks,
most
Salvo.
courageous thing that he did, or the real courage that he was involved in, was avoiding sexually transmitted diseases. He said it was his personal Vietnam, and that it made him a very brave soldier not to get STDs. Here, play this clip.
And when you got him say to a woman, hey, listen, you got to go to my personal doctor, and I'm going to have you checked out. Is that a tough thing to say to a woman, or you just got the balls to say it?
You know, I'll tell you, it's amazing. I can't even believe it. I've been so lucky in terms of that whole world.
You've
because
never
it is
gotten a social disease.
It is a dangerous world out there.
It is.
Better lay
It's like
down.
Vietnam, sort of like, the
It is.
Vietnam era.
It is your personal Vietnam, isn't it?
It is my personal
It is. You've said that
Vietnam.
many
I feel
times.
like a great and very brave soldier.
Absolutely, absolutely disgusting. Oh, by the way, yesterday, to try to distract from his disastrous poll numbers, his failed trade
Lay down.
deals,
Or you're going back under.
Again, just complete and utter implosion.
Lay
in the
down, Chi-Chi.
presidency. Here's what he posted yesterday. Trump fragrances are here.
Khaleesi,
They're called
down.
Victory 45, 47
Down.
because they're all about winning.
Or you're going back
Strength
under the
and
blankies.
success for men and women. Get yourself a bottle, and don't forget to get one for your loved ones too. Enjoy, have fun, and keep winning. Go to gettrumpfragrances.com, and they're being sold for men's cologne for $199 and women's perfume for $249. This is something that Donald Trump is actually doing from the Oval Office, selling cologne and perfume. And also, I'm not trying to say this in a childish way. We've reported before how putrid Donald Trump smells based on people who have been around him.
Right.
And there are lots of people around him who have said that Donald Trump defecates on himself and smells like feces. A lot of witnesses have come forward and
Yeah.
said that, and that in public events that he can't control, and he passes gas. E. Jean Carroll recently said on the show in an interview that I did how Donald Trump was passing gas and relieving himself in the courtroom, and that she was grossed out by it in the cases that she beat him. And anyway, I can't even. I won't even go what I'm about to say. Just here he is selling cologne and perfume. It's disgusting.
I'm going to call them out on this one. I'm not necessarily saying Trump in this scenario, but there are times where you cannot hold in the gas. There are some people that do not have the ability to do so due to health issues. It's not something to be judging somebody based on.
Fragrances are here. They make a great Christmas present. I've named them Fight, Fight, Fight because they represent winning. We all want to be winning. We have to win as a nation. We want to win as a family. This fragrance is all about strength and success.
So while he wants us to look over there, he also yesterday got rid of sanctions against a number of Russian banks. Remember how I was showing you clips of Lindsey Graham and other MAGA Republican senators saying, oh, Donald Trump's going to impose sanctions on Russia. No, he's removed the sanctions on Russian banks.
Not a big surprise.
That would be a huge victory for Putin right there. Also yesterday, Elon Musk posting over and over again about what a disastrous budget bill Trump was trying to push forward. Elon Musk said, anyone who campaigned on the promise of reducing spending but continues to vote on the biggest debt ceiling increase in history will see their face on this poster in the primary next year. Liar, voted to increase America's debt by $5 trillion. A liar, liar, pants on fire, Elon Musk says. It's a photo of Pinocchio, but I suppose Elon Musk's going to post the photo of the MAGA Republican senators and Congress members who support the disastrous budget bill. Elon Musk comments favorably to Democratic Senator Ron Wyden, who shows that the MAGA Republicans are giving these massive tax breaks for corporations and at the same time massive Medicaid cuts in order to pay for these massive tax breaks for corporations. Elon Musk also posted, every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame, and they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do.
This I like to see. Not because of the fighting, but because Elon is quite literally sticking to what he was originally saying he was going to do. And he's fighting against them trying to do the opposite. He's sticking to his guns, and yeah, shit was blown out of proportion and whatnot, but he's being real. And he does deserve the credit for that. I think Elon's kind of starting to see the light, which is saying something. Maybe Elon was just a little misguided. That doesn't taste very good. But you know what? I would rather eat some humble pie and say that I was wrong than to ignore facts that I'm seeing in front of me. Which shows that maybe, just maybe, Elon was being real. I can believe that a lot more than this other shit. And that's saying something.
On this earth. By the way, as I mentioned, Donald Trump trying to act like a tough guy. Alligator, Alcatraz. Yeah, the migrants are going to be eaten by alligators and pythons. Seriously? Seriously? This is what it looks like in Los Angeles right now for our international audience. They've got people like this in unmarked vans wearing masks. Jacob Soboroff got this photo right here from community members of these ICE agents who are dressed up like they're going to war, but they're going to SWAT meets, and they're going to Home Depot parking lots and vendors where migrants are selling bacon wrapped hot dogs. Put down the bacon wrapped hot dog with guns. I mean, I don't mean to make light of it, but it's what the hell are you talking about? We got all these people here who are just hardworking migrants, and why are you treating people like crap? And by the way, if you think it's just limited to migrants, no, they're coming for American citizens also.
Yeah.
They're coming to denaturalize people. These people are like the Nazis. I mean, they are. That's how the Trump regime behaves, like the Nazis. Elite commandos hitting the streets. Our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says facetiously, but everybody, it's all good. It's all good. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, he got his court proceedings done in Israel, his criminal trial put on pause because Donald Trump extorted Israel and said he's not going to give Israel weapons unless they pause Netanyahu's trial. So, America first, yeah. Yeah, everybody, we did it. Netanyahu's criminal proceedings are delayed, and Iran still has nuclear weapons, and China's now buying oil cheaper from Iran, making more money, and sending Shahed drones to Russia as Russia took over a critical lithium deposit area in Ukraine. Yeah, America first. Well done, MAGA. MAGA. So stupid.
That's an understatement.
I'm being sarcastic. Netanyahu's going to be here next week. America depleted 20% of its THAAD, THAAD missile defense system, over $1 billion defending Israel. Oh, good news also, folks, for America first. Donald Trump took away the sanctions against Syria because the new leader of Syria promised Donald Trump a Trump hotel in Damascus. We did it. Mission accomplished. Trump hotels in Damascus. Who needs affordable education, health care? Who needs jobs, being paid with dignity? Folks.
Being paid enough to live on.
Syria. Yeah. Trump meme coin. Yeah. Trump perfume and fragrance. We freaking
grocery prices going down, gas prices going down. All that stuff he promised he'd do.
Utterly ridiculous. Keep you posted with more here on the Midas Touch Network. Alligator Alcatraz. I can't believe I have to even report that that's a real thing, that they're going to Alligator Alcatraz. Concentration camps in the United States. Freaking tragic.
So many people ask me how I can watch this shit and just not be pissed off all the time. I'm always pissed off. Serious world leaders. And then we got Fox Freak out next.
World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies in villages with...
World leaders are absolutely furious at Donald Trump after he has removed sanctions from a number of Russian banks after MAGA Republicans,
understandably,
Graham said that Donald Trump was going to increase sanctions against Russia. Of course, Donald Trump was not going to do that. You also have the premier of British Columbia in Canada saying that if FIFA wants to move its games to British Columbia for the World Cup, Premier David Eby says British Columbia is ready to go. He certainly understands that the world does not want to send their teams or send their fans to the United States.
Please do.
Also, we're
Please
seeing
change it to British
a number
Columbia.
of companies from across the world turn to France when it comes to rare earth mineral deals as a result of the United States totally capitulating its role in the world, and the United States allowing Russia to take over a significant lithium field in Ukraine. We see French President Emmanuel Macron at a United Nations event yesterday where he gave a powerful speech as well, just completely obliterating the way the United States is conducting itself internationally. And I think France has really emerged, and French President Emmanuel Macron has really emerged as a unifying force between Europe, Australia, and Canada as well. Here he is.
I can't argue that.
At the United
That's
Nations.
pretty accurate.
He doesn't even have to mention Trump by name, but he basically goes after the entire world view of the Trump regime and how bad it is for the world and for developing nations. Play this clip.
When we talk about development financing, it's about the ability to live together on a planet, to set priorities. And rather than building walls or imposing tariffs or closing our digital spaces, well, to measure how much we are interdependent. Poverty displaces the most vulnerable, makes victims of all traffics, and creates uncontrollable migration flows leading to conflict and despair. Therefore, addressing the issue of development, finding sustainable funding, and having increased collective efficiency is a necessity that benefits everyone.
Yeah.
This is the reason why France organized this new Global Financial Pact in 2023, which led to the creation of the Pact for Prosperity, People and Planet at the end of the summit, held together, now hosted at the OECD and bringing together 73 countries.
Yeah, powerful stuff right there. And then in another speech as well over the past day or so, French President Emmanuel Macron sets the record straight when it comes to Ukraine. I mean, you see Trump and all of these right-wing pro-Russia propagandists in the United States acting like Zelensky is the dictator, and the French President Emmanuel Macron says, what are you talking about? Putin is the dictator, and people like Putin are the dictator, and we need to stand up to them.
Agreed.
One should not buy into the arguments I hear every way. But the Ukrainian president was elected through free elections in Ukraine. He was not at all the favorite. I remember it like it was yesterday. And so he's a president elected from a free system. This is not the case with Vladimir Putin, who kills his opponents and manipulates his elections for a long time. Unfortunately, this is not the case in other countries around the world. He then had to implement, because there was war in his country, martial law. Do you think he can organize presidential or legislative elections in a country where several million Ukrainian men and women have fled for their safety? In a country where he has mobilized several million others who are on the front, where there are thousands of deaths and injuries per day, and where a whole band of his territory is conquered by Russia? What are we talking about? Do you think that we, in the same situation, will be amused to hold elections? We cannot hold elections. So,
no.
If we want free elections in Ukraine, well, a lasting peace in Ukraine is necessary. That's the prerequisite. Everything they do beforehand, they manipulate. And what is the positive side? I know it very well. A ceasefire that will not be respected. Quickly, elections to manipulate them.
Yep.
It's not a good idea. So yes, President Zelensky, he is legitimate, and we want more democracy in Ukraine in the long term, thanks to a lasting peace. And President Zelensky wants democracy in Ukraine too, since he is its product.
I think another thing that's important to note, and of course our media here in the United States just glosses over it because frankly, corporate news in the US is just as bad as North Korean propaganda is in North Korea. But
it really
remember,
is.
I mean, it was last week and Donald Trump says he gave Iran permission to bomb the US airbase in Qatar. Could you imagine former President Biden welcomes an airstrike against our military base in Qatar? you think that would get front page coverage? I tend to think
Yeah.
it absolutely would. Look, the Czech president is
Restreambot
absolutely
says,
pissed at Donald
YouTube,
Trump, as well as
Salvo,
Peter
Heart
Pavel.
on Fire.
Here's what he had to say for Trump's
Salvo.
refusal to sanction Trump's boss, Vladimir Putin. Quote, "We spoke to him in consistent and a united way," referring to European nations, "trying to persuade him that now is the time to significantly increase economic pressure on Russia, not to collapse its economy. That's not in our interest, but to make it clear there's no alternative to negotiations. He remains cautious for now, but acknowledges this is a very effective tool." And just to remind you what went down, Russia seized a key lithium deposit in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. Russian forces took control of one of Ukraine's most promising lithium sites located in the Donetsk region. This deposit was previously developed by an American company focused on critical minerals and was considered a vital part of the economic partnership between Kyiv and Washington regarding strategic resources. It contains one of the minerals used to extract the lithium, which is essential for manufacturing batteries for electric vehicles and energy storage system. Clearly, the Russian-Ukrainian war is increasingly resembling an economic conflict as well. And by the way, this follows directly after Trump said he spoke with Putin and that things were moving in the right direction. Of course they're not. Donald Trump is always lying and always bending the knee to Putin. As Jane Kiev writes, with Russia being allowed to grab Ukraine's massive rare earth minerals troves and China cutting the West off from the same, Western companies finally begin to realize what's going on and why the U.S. allowing China and Russia to take over Africa with propaganda is a catastrophe. It's one of the reasons the USAID program was so important in Africa. As the U.S. pulls out and as Donald Trump doesn't even know what the name of African countries are and his only bearing when it comes to Africa is that he believes there's a genocide against white people in South Africa, which is not happening despite President Ramaphosa showing up at the Oval Office with a white Afrikaner Minister of Agriculture who's telling Donald Trump it's not happening. Trump pulled all of Biden's resources away from Africa. I mean, just think about this. Biden had Meg Whitman as an ambassador to Kenya because it was important to realize that there are many places in Africa which are the hubs of technological advancement, of AI, of digital revolution stuff.
For real.
Donald Trump doesn't realize that. And so China, Russia are moving in there, and they're benefiting significantly on the economic front while the U.S. Withdraws and gets weaker. Here's what Zelensky wrote. Putin has already stolen practically half a year from diplomacy, another half a year on top of the entire duration of this war. Russia is not changing its plans and is not looking for a way out of this war. On the contrary, they are preparing for new operations, including on the territory of European countries. That's their principle. The Russians look for where to exploit a weakness. They must see that there is the wherewithal to stop them everywhere. Therefore, more of our joint production, more resilience, more coordination and efficiency of our common security architecture in Europe, he says, is needed. He talked about as well holding a meeting with military and the Minister of Defense discussing the key issues. They talked about the front, primarily in the Pokrovsk direction. There is a major concentration of Russian troops in that area with numerous assaults. I thank all of our units, every warrior for their resilience. The Sumy region, we held a separate discussion on this direction today. A week ago, we assigned our troops specific tasks and designated lines. As of today, those objectives have been fully accomplished. This is important. Russians' offensive plan for the Sumy region is failing, and this is thanks to every Ukrainian unit operating in that direction. We are also continuing active efforts as part of the Kursk operation. For nearly 10 months now, the operation has been fulfilling its goal. And you're also hearing stories like this, how another Russian oil tanker exploded, the fourth this year, clearly being targeted by some forces. Kyiv Insider also reports that the Trump regime lifted sanctions on several Russian banks close to Putin. Here's the official Office of Foreign Asset Control memo from the Department of the Treasury, removing these sanctions against these Russian banks. So, as Lindsey Graham was promising that there would be more sanctions imposed, quite the contrary, the sanctions were indeed being removed. So, what was Donald Trump doing while all of this was taking place? Donald Trump, the clownish, humiliating president, here he is selling his new men's cologne for $199 and women's perfume for $249. This is what he spent his time doing yesterday. Play this clip.
Fragrances are here.
Andis was asked during a press conference
We can
yesterday
skip that.
about French President Emmanuel Macron characterizing tariffs as blackmail. Here's what she had to say. Here, play this clip.
So, President Macron of France earlier today said that tariffs levied by powerful countries are often a form of blackmail, and criticized, the sort of process that's underway. He didn't mention the United States specifically, but said that these tariffs are really hurting developing countries. So there's this big UN conference going on. What do you say to that?
I say Emmanuel Macron is right. In all regards, they really are nothing more than a form of blackmail. If you look at the definition of what blackmail is. This is why their tariffs should be looked at as a negative. Not because of what they can do, but because of the premise behind them. And yes, they really can hurt developing nations. In so many ways. From the amount of food they're able to import to the amount of goods and needs that they're able to import. Or export, for that matter, to keep their economy going, or keep their economy growing. When you work with the world economy, you have to pay attention to things like this. You can't just sweep it under the rug or let it go under the table. It doesn't work, and you'll start wars.
What is the president, was he aware of that comment, and did he have any response?
I think the president and the White House would certainly reject that characterization by Prime Minister Macron. Tariffs are an effective use of presidential power to bring back the middle class, to bring back our manufacturing industry, which was the backbone of our American economy.
None of which is happening because of these tariffs. As a matter of fact, it's going the other direction. And that's rather clear. What's with the fucking Dow Watch? Rather sure that's not accurate.
And has been hollowed out by globalist politicians who have caved to foreign countries instead of doing what's right for American workers.
Here's what Caroline Leavitt said regarding the U.S. inability to make deals with other countries. As Trump promised, we're on day 81. Basically 0 deals. Play this clip.
We've been hearing from White House officials for weeks that you're close on trade deals with a number of countries. Can we get any update on which countries will have deals by the 9th and when they're making any announcements?
I'll let the president and the trade team speak on it.
Now, here is Tammy Bruce, the spokesperson for the State Department. She was asked, doesn't it seem pretty weak that Donald Trump claimed that he was making progress with Putin, and then Putin engages in a massive strike against Ukraine? And she goes, oh no, Trump's the most powerful man in the world. He's saving the country and he's saving the world. And this is beyond North Korea stuff right here. Here, play this clip.
Russians are stepping up their air attacks on Ukraine, which happen to be larger than ever before. The president on Friday addressed the Ukraine issue, and he said that Putin, quote-unquote, respects our country again. Well, hours after that, Putin unleashed the largest ever air attack on Ukraine. Do you think Russia respects President Trump?
I'm sorry, do I think?
Do you think Russia respects President Trump? And President Trump says that they respect me, and next thing we see hours after that, they launch the largest air.
Well, I don't, I certainly, for obvious reasons, refuse to characterize the most powerful man in the world who is saving this country and the world at this time, but I can tell you other things that he has said. Most recently on the 25th, He said, I consider him, Putin, a person that's been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled, talking about certain issues.
And then Donald Trump wrote that he would just be sending a letter to Japan because he couldn't do a deal with Japan. He goes, to show people how spoiled countries have become with respect to the United States of America, I have great respect for Japan. They won't take our rice, and yet they have a massive rice shortage. In other words, we'll just be sending them a letter, and we love having them as a trading partner for many years to come. That's what he says a deal is, if he sends them a letter just imposing a unilateral tariff on them. Here's David Eby, the premier of British Columbia. Here, Eby is talking about bringing the FIFA games more to British Columbia because of the Trump regime's inability or just turning the United States into a complete hellhole. Play this clip.
Additional games in British Columbia would not only be possible, but they would be incredibly welcome. We have 7 games, which is a significant number of games. We'd like to have a lot more. We've actually written to FIFA to say if for whatever reason they need to move games from any other locations, that British Columbia stands ready to host. We can move quickly. We have an amazing team, and we are ready to host additional games here in this beautiful province. So I hope that if it becomes necessary, that they take us up on that. In terms of the budget, a lot of the costs for FIFA are fixed costs. They're related to upgrades to BC Place and getting that venue ready for this caliber of soccer. Which means that additional games bring in additional ticket revenue, additional revenue for the province from visitors coming to those games, and so actually help offset some of the costs moving forward. So it would be positive news on a number of fronts if we were able to access that.
And of course, we learned from Israeli media that Netanyahu will be in D.C. next week celebrating Donald Trump's extortion against Israel, where Trump said that he would withhold military weapons and military support of Israel if Israeli courts continued to prosecute Netanyahu. So that's where we are with the world leaders. You see there for yourself what's going on. Decide for yourself. I'm just giving you the facts, folks. Hit subscribe, help us get to 6 million subscribers.
Can't get enough Midas? Check out the Midas Plus Substack for ad-free articles,
Crap, I'm in the bathroom.
podcasts, daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, and more. Sign up for free now at MidasPlus.com.
Things have gotten pretty expensive lately. I need to generate some additional income.
I found data annotation. I can work from my phone. I can work from my computer. I actually have money to spend and go do things. Yay! If you've been considering taking the assessment, do it right now. You will have no regrets, except maybe not doing it sooner.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix was perfect for that. I'm Josh Harmon. I'm a musician, I'm a content creator, and I'm a sound effects artist. I wanted to create videos as universal as possible that had no language in them so that anyone could enjoy them, and that was how I came up with the idea to do sound effects. I took our tunes and I used my drum set and the instruments, and I recreated all the sound effects to the scene where they're cooking up some soup. From the moment I uploaded this video, I just feel that something was a little bit different. It was insane. I was 25 million views on Instagram. I really didn't know what to do, and it was my grandma. She just turned 99. She said, "You've got a good idea. Now's the time to focus and just keep doing it." Now I have over 20 million followers across my social media channels, and each of my videos gets millions of views. As my brand continues to grow, creating a website, it's the natural next step. And so I made a website on Wix. I wanted the website to really represent me and my entire brand, and it perfectly matched the tone that I was trying to get, which is playful yet professional. When the website came together, I had a similar feeling to how I feel when I've gotten that perfect take on one of my videos. I had a big smile on my face, and I just was like, oh my god, this is perfect.
In a world of rebellion,
Insurrection, rioting. The city of Los Angeles is a lawless hellscape populated by demented criminals, depraved super predators, and terrifying immigrants, hell-bent on destroying our way of life and undoing a century's worth of progress. Oops, my bad. Those are pictures from Mar-a-Lago. LA is more or less going about its business like normal, which is no mean feat when your city is under military occupation by thousands of Marines and National Guard troops parked there to deal with a so-called emergency. And by emergency, we mean roving squads of masked ICE troops with automatic weapons getting yelled at and filmed everywhere they go.
The soldiers and Marines are still very much a necessary part of what's going on here because
Stream
they're worried
Elements
that it's going
says,
to flare back
find
up.
me in other
Apparently,
places Discord,
the potential
Twitter,
that people
YouTube,
might
Steam,
riot is an
Xbox,
emergency
and PlayStation
because
Old Mage
protests
Guy
are
on
temporary,
TikTok as
but
Mage.
military occupations are forever. At that same press conference, Vance snarked that Jose Padilla decided not to show up because there wasn't a theater.
Well, I was hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question.
Jose Padilla was a domestic terrorist convicted of plotting to set off a dirty bomb in 2007. Alex Padilla is the senior senator from California. Vance was telling a joke about the FBI wrestling Senator Padilla to the ground and handcuffing him for the crime of asking Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem a question. And by the way, Vance served for 4 years in the Senate with Senator Padilla. You'd think he knows his name. But to be fair, Vance does get stuff mixed up sometimes. Like in 2016 when he called Trump America's Hitler.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop.
Oh, hush.
Oopsie doodle. For a little while, it looked like those troops might have to pack up and go home after a federal judge ruled that Trump had exceeded his authority to deploy them there. But then the Ninth Circuit swooped in and said that Trump can do pretty much what he pleases with the National Guard. So now it looks like the
I'm gonna let her go because this is good information for y'all.
troops loitering around federal buildings while wielding assault rifles, just generally adding an air of menacing authoritarianism to the city. In early June, President Trump promised that the greatest mass deportation in history would begin in LA, Chicago, and New York. Why there? Well, these cities are the core of the Democrat power center where they use illegal aliens to expand their voter base, cheat in elections, and grow the welfare state, robbing good-paying jobs and benefits from hardworking American citizens. You
Quote,
don't hear
quote.
about sanctuary cities in our heartland, and if you believe that, I've got a dairy farm in Iowa to sell you. Masked men in unmarked cars with no license plates descended on the city and started snatching up anyone who couldn't prove their citizenship.
You stay in there, G.
ICE claimed that 3 out of 4 people it arrested were criminals, the worst of the worst. But in reality, only about 10% of the people ICE arrested between October of 2024 and May of 2025 had serious criminal convictions. The vast majority were just garment workers or car wash attendants or day laborers. Apparently, Trump's great replacement guru Stephen Miller told ICE agents that just arresting criminals wasn't going to cut it. They needed to get out there and start grabbing up people at 7-Eleven and Home Depot. When ICE reached the unheard-of threshold of 2,200 immigrants arrested in a single day, Stephen Miller demanded that they make it 3,000.
Under President Trump's leadership, we are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day, and President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number up higher each and every single day so we can get all of the Biden illegals that were flooded into our country for 4 years out of our country.
And so, on the weekend, which began
Okay, still fun.
descended on early Latino neighborhoods in the LA metro area and started grabbing people and stuffing them into vans. Even the ice cream man in Culver City.
Yup.
Unsurprisingly, this provoked a major backlash as people with jobs and families and long-standing ties to the community were snatched off the street. Protesters flooded the city demanding that ICE go home. Now, most witnesses on the ground, including news media and city officials, believe that the protests were largely peaceful. Again, the possibility of protest is treated as an emergency. In fact, Trump says that any protest that prohibits ICE from carrying out its duties constitutes, quote, rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, which is a wild thing to say. Think of all the acts of civil disobedience you learned about in school, from Rosa Parks to that iconic image of the man standing in front of the tanks in Tiananmen Square. That is clearly not rebellion. But Pete Hegseth wasn't worried about all that. So on June 7th, he issued a memo to the Adjutant General of the California National Guard purporting to call 2,000 members of the state militia into federal service for 60 days. 2 days later, he federalized another 2,000 National Guardsmen and deployed a battalion of 700 Marines to LA for good measure. But that appears to have been the extent of Hegseth's planning. The Guardsmen were soon pictured sleeping on the floor without adequate housing or food. But in the Secretary's defense, beer is tasty. California Attorney General Rob Bonta was prepared. And on June 9th, he filed a complaint in the Northern District of California alleging that the federalization of the state's guard was illegal. He also asked for a temporary restraining order returning the troops to the control of California Governor Gavin Newsom. The president's memo federalizing the guard relied on 10 U.S.C. Section 12406, and the main thrust of the state's argument is that the conditions laid out in that statute were not met. Specifically, the law allows the president to call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in cases of foreign invasion.
It's a pretty cool model. Lets you add both images and prompt text to edit a bit an image, or even chain a couple images together while keeping consistency. If you already have grip tape nodes installed, you can go to our GitHub, download the Black Forest Labs updated library, which now has the context models in it. Just follow the instructions to add your Black Forest API key and register the library with your engine. And then you can create a flow. So you'll see, move this out of the way, you'll see your Black Forest Labs category on the bottom here. We're going to go ahead and create, actually let's just use the sample image from the Black Forest Labs documentation. Here's that same car, and then we're going to use this to do an image edit. So you can chain these two nodes together. And we're going to just say maybe change the car to black, change the license plate text to grip tape. We'll go ahead and run that. Cool thing about this model too is you can kind of daisy chain these things together. So after this edit, we're going to go ahead and add another one in here, and then we'll take the output of this first edit and then change maybe the environment on that one. So here's the result of our first one. See, the license plate was changed and the color of the car. We'll go ahead and say change the environment to a cyberpunk.
Sorry about that.
And then maybe we'll pick the max model for this one as well.
I would rather not advertise for AI generated stuff. So it's all right.
There you go. There's the updated image. License plate stayed. Color. Even turned on the headlight. Put us into a different environment. So go to griptapenodes.com. You can check this out. GripTape is free to use on your local machine or in a self-deployed environment. Thanks for watching.
Go right.
Actual
Damn it.
Or when he is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. The state argues that there was no invasion, no rebellion, and no inability to execute the law since ICE continued arresting immigrants throughout the protest. And since the law requires that orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states, they argued that going around Governor Newsom to the Adjutant General was illegal as well. California made various other arguments about the Posse Comitatus Act, a federal law which bars the use of the military for civilian law enforcement. They warned that violation of the Posse Comitatus Act is imminent, if not already underway. And indicates that the National Guard may be compelled to accompany immigration enforcement on its missions in any location with potentially dissenting residents. Is Hegseth planning to send the California Guard to other states to police protesters as a roaming nationwide police force? That would be very illegal. Newsom argued that Trump's federalization of the National Guard was a violation of the 10th Amendment, which specifies that the powers not so delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. They argue that parking the National Guard in LA to quell a non-existent uprising was a waste of state resources, particularly during wildfire season, which, unlike a handful of Molotov cocktail-wielding hellions and burning Waymos, actually constitutes a serious threat. The Trump administration's response was basically to say that the court lacked jurisdiction because determining whether there's an emergency is a political determination left to the president's exclusive discretion. If the president says there's a rebellion, there's a rebellion. If he says that LA has been reduced to a Mad Max-style hellscape, then it's this, not this, and no one can say otherwise. You may recognize this argument from the Alien Enemies Act cases where the president simply declared that the U.S. is being invaded by criminal gangs sent by the government of Venezuela, or when he announced that he was taking Congress's power over the tariffs to deal with the emergency of trade deficits. Being president means you can just define reality by executive fiat, which is probably why the table of contents and table of authorities in Trump's team's brief was entirely blank. I'm kidding. It was just a screw up because half the Justice Department quit already, and it's like 2 lawyers left in the building, and those guys haven't slept since January. Basically, the DOJ argued
Thank you for being real about it.
throwing rocks and tagging federal buildings with graffiti made it impossible for ICE to execute the law, and so the federalization of the Guard is justified under the third prong of Section 12406.
If you can pay anyone, anywhere instantly.
And they pointed to the line of Hegseth's memo saying, through the office of the governor, as evidence that the Defense Department had satisfied the statute by working through the governor via his adjutant general. On June 12th, Judge Charles Breyer issued a temporary restraining order ruling that the president's actions were illegal, both exceeding the scope of his statutory authority and violating the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. He found that Trump hadn't satisfied any of the requirements under Section 12406 and scoffed at the claim that ICE had been unable to execute the laws. He pointed out that ICE arrested 44 people on June 6 alone and detained nearly double that. Whether ICE could have detained more people in the absence of the protests is mere conjecture, but even assuming that defendants are correct, the statute does not allow for the federalizing of the National Guard when the president faces obstacles that cause him to underperform in executing the laws. Nor does the statute allow for the federalizing of the National Guard when the president faces some risk in executing the laws, though, of course, federal employees should never have to fear danger when performing their jobs. And he warned that characterizing the exercise of the First Amendment right to protest as rebellion was dangerously broad because individuals' right to protest the government is one of the fundamental rights protected by the First Amendment, and just because some stray bad actors go too far does not wipe out that right for everyone. The idea that protesters can so quickly cross the line between protected conduct and rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States is untenable and dangerous. The judge was equally unimpressed with the argument that simply by stamping the words "through the governor" on top of Hegseth's memo met the statutory standard of issuing orders through the governor. He said that this reading of the law strains credibility, so not only had Trump not met any of the 3 factual circumstances required to invoke Section 12406, but he hadn't met the procedural requirements either. So, Judge Breyer issued a temporary restraining order directing Hegseth to return control of the Guardsmen to Governor Newsom, and he scheduled a hearing on the preliminary injunction for June 20. Remember, a TRO lasts for 14 days. It's supposed to kind of freeze things in place with no one getting irreparably harmed until the court can hear from all parties and make a reasoned judgment. A preliminary injunction lasts through the trial itself. And now this is going to become important. Judge Breyer put off the issue of whether the government had violated the Posse Comitatus Act for the preliminary injunction hearing. He said basically, we'll know what the government intends to do with these troops in a week. Because remember, it wasn't just the National Guard on the streets. Hegseth had Marines out there too. So, Judge Breyer said, come back in a week and tell me if the government is using these troops to arrest people in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. Now, TROs are not immediately appealable because they're meant to be an extraordinary and very temporary remedy. You're supposed to wait for the PI to go running to the circuit court. But the Trump administration has just been appealing everything, and pretty successfully. They've even gotten the Supreme Court to leap in and block TROs they don't like. And this time was no exception. The Ninth Circuit conceded as how we generally lack jurisdiction over the appeal of a TRO, but said that when a TRO possesses the qualities of a preliminary injunction, it is reviewable. They said that because Judge Breyer had let the Trump administration file, quote, extensive written materials and held a hearing, it was basically a preliminary injunction, which, I mean, I guess when you're a federal judge with life tenure, they let you do it. The court rejected the government's argument that only Trump can say if there's a rebellion reasoning that the issue is one of statutory interpretation, specifically whether the requirements of Section 12406 are met. They even trotted out that Marbury v. Madison quote about it being emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is. But they said they were bound to show a high degree of deference to the president based on an 1827 Supreme Court case called Martin v. Mott. Mott was a guy who failed to show up when he was conscripted into the New York militia during the War of 1812. When he was court-martialed, he argued that President Madison's order federalizing the militia was invalid, and the Supreme Court said that under the Militia Act of 1795, Congress delegated to the president the power to determine when an emergency existed, and the president holds that power exclusively. Now, counterpoint, Martin v. Mott was very different from Newsom v. Trump. In 1827, the court was considering whether a would-be militiaman could substitute his own judgment about the Militia Act for the president's judgment. Today, we're talking about a dispute between two elected commanders-in-chief, one of whom would ordinarily have legal control over the National Guard in his state. In that instance, it's a little weird to give the president pretty much total deference in his determination of whether the conditions of Section 12406 are met. That takes away power from the state commander-in-chief in a way that seems kind of iffy under the 10th Amendment. Nevertheless, the Ninth Circuit decided that because of Martin v. Mott, it had to give a lot of credence to Trump's evaluation of whether Section 12406 could be invoked. They basically said that unless Trump had federalized the Guard based on no evidence at all, or his decision was absurd or in bad faith, who were they to question it, right? And the Ninth Circuit also said that because the statute does not explicitly give the state's governor a veto over federalizing his state's militia, Hegseth's memo to Newsom's adjutant general was close enough to calling up the Guard through the governor. So the Ninth Circuit voided Judge Breyer's TRO and said that the California National Guard was still under the control of Pete Hegseth. They also set a briefing schedule through August, which means that the oral argument will likely be
Come on. You can walk here.
the case will presumably be
See?
moot because the
Walk
California
there.
Guardsmen will have been released and sent back home. So, end of story. See you guys next time, right? Well, no, not exactly. Because remember that issue about the Posse Comitatus Act and how Judge Breyer said, we'll come back to that one at the PI hearing? And the Ninth Circuit didn't touch it either.
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today.
They said, in opposing the stay, plaintiffs do not press their claims based on the Posse Comitatus Act or the Administrative Procedure Act. Consequently, the parties' dispute about how federal forces are being deployed are not before
Brigadier.
us, which means that as of this
Brigadier.
recording, there are still live issues before both the trial court and the appellate court, which is one of the reasons why you wait for the
You don't want me
PI
to throw it
and do not
on.
take an appeal of a TRO, because procedurally, this is a hot mess now. On June 20th, after the Ninth Circuit stayed the TRO, Judge Breyer held the previously scheduled hearing and asked the parties what they wanted to do now. Obviously, the preliminary injunction was off the table, but the appeals court didn't deal with that Posse Comitatus issue. California argued that it should be able to conduct discovery to figure out whether the Trump administration has violated the Posse Comitatus Act. Specifically, the state wants to know whether the National Guard and Marines are doing civilian law enforcement work. And there's some evidence that they are. The state also wants to know whether there's still a so-called emergency
How do you fix it?
to prevent ICE from meeting its arbitrary daily quota of arrests.
How do you
Because
fix-
if there's not,
How do you fix it?
they're going to argue a separate statutory basis to defederalize the troops. The Trump administration wants not that, and it argues that Judge Breyer doesn't even have jurisdiction over the remaining questions in this case anymore. As of this recording, Judge Breyer has permitted the state to conduct limited discovery, but it's unclear how the case will move forward. I should say that California was entitled to seek en banc review from the Ninth Circuit, which is very liberal on the whole, and it did not. But in the Ninth Circuit, an off-panel judge, that is, one who was not on the original three-judge panel, can make a request to rehear the case sua sponte, that is, on her own initiative, and that's what's happened here with this case. As of now, 4,000 National Guard troops appear to be doing very little besides standing around, emanating an air of general menace and alienating citizens from their government at a cost of at least $134 million taxpayer dollars. But even if they never do anything, letting the president flood the streets of an American city with troops based on a few kids throwing rocks is a terrible precedent. Here's Governor Newsom on the Pod Save America podcast explaining it.
But my sense is this is an even more profound moment than it appears. We're on the other side now. Posse Comitatus, the other side, of truth and trust now with the military, turning the military against the American people. That's how people feel out here.
Yep. Once that genie's out of the bottle, it's damn hard to
Sorry
get
to
it to go
startle.
back in. Thanks, Ninth Circuit. Now, it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering this. This was a massive story, and it was covered by about 540 outlets, with about 40% of sources reporting from the left, 35% from the center, and 25% from the right. And when you examine the headlines, you see very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. Headlines from the right are most likely to associate the ruling with the unrest in Los Angeles on the streets, suggesting the courts may have been persuaded by Trump's justifications for taking command of the troops. This is in stark contrast to the reporting from the left, which typically framed the story as a warning of a darker, scarier things to come across every major U.S. city. Then from the center, headlines typically frame the ruling as a battle between Trump and Newsom first, and not a battle over the rule of law. The headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news.
Yeah.
And that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now, they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their
Oh,
Access Vantage
Grumpy.
subscription. Scan the QR code
You know
and
Daddy's
use
not
the
gonna
link in the
hurt you.
description to get the discount for a limited time. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum, like this recent story of GOP lawmakers nominating Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. It was covered by about 50 news outlets, but only 15% of sources reporting came from left-leaning media, 15% from the center, and 70% from the right. Now, regardless of whether or not this is the type of news story that brightens up your morning, this type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what to others seems like nonsense or fake news. Ground News is my favorite way to get the news, and as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click the link below or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link for more Legal Eagle, or we will see you in court.
I'm getting drowsy and I hate it.
The state regime media known as Fox was freaking out on live TV last night. Laura Ingraham had this epiphany. Oh my God, what if Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans get destroyed in the midterms and 2028? We're screwed. Here, watch this stunning admission. Play this clip.
Now, is there more for him to do? Is everything perfect? Of course not. There are real challenges that await. Of course, winning the midterms, 2028 race, critical. Otherwise, this cycle of investigations and impeachment is going to begin anew. But if Trump stays on course, he will be remembered as one of the greatest presidents of all time.
Then she had a rebound after making that confession live on air. So she brings on this like ridiculous, bizarre guest, and they start to talk about how like the new animatronic Trump in Disney looks a lot better than the prior one. It's a very bizarre segment. I'm going to show you a small portion. North Korea may be accepting job applications from these two. Play this clip.
This new Trump is actually a big upgrade from the first term. Look at how he looked in the first term. My Lord, they said he looked like Hillary Clinton. And this is actually the third iteration of this animatronic, and they've really made some progress, Laura.
So then Laura Ingraham realizes, oh crap, was I mean to Donald Trump there? Maybe I'm going to have to change my tactics right now on air. So here she says the following. She goes, you know what? Just surround yourself with really smart people, Donald, and everything's going to be okay. Here, watch this.
It turns out that if you surround yourself with a team of really smart people who work all of the time, you can actually accomplish a lot. Remember, people underestimated Lincoln, FDR. And if a president delivers results, they'll go down in history as a great president. If he doesn't, he won't.
It's not that simple.
Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. Always good to have Kevin O'Leary on and get his take on things. He's the Canadian who said that he wanted to see Canada sold to the United States. That tells you everything about him. So then Kevin O'Leary tries to attack Zoran Mondami, the New York City mayoral candidate who Fox is absolutely obsessed about. And O'Leary, this is like the biggest non sequitur if I have ever heard one. O'Leary's like, on the one hand, in New York, you have the Statue of Liberty. On the other hand, you have Mondami. Just think about that. What the hell are you talking about? Here, play this clip.
I have a different kind of view of this. I'm a history guy. I did well in history. Not so good in math, but pretty good in history coming up through high school. So imagine the imagery of the Statue of Liberty. The number one export of America for decades, hundreds of years, has been the American dream. It's never been anything else. It's not energy. It's not technology. And to see that as that image of the Statue of Liberty, can you imagine now sailing up the Hudson into the American nightmare? I don't want to get into politics.
And then they bring their coverage to an area that's beyond parody, except it's real. So they bring on someone who's identified. It's not funny that they're a survivor of Mao's revolution. That's serious. But they bring on a survivor of Mao's revolution to attack Zoran Mondami. This is what the oligarchy looks like when they are cornered. Play this clip.
That's the place I came from. I shopped in the government-owned grocery store. And what it is like? Long line, ration, and empty shelf. And I lived in a government-granted housing. My family of 5 had 1.5 room, and we were lucky because we share bathroom with 4 other families. Others, they have an outhouse.
What was that? And then you have Stephen Miller go on. This is not a news network. You have Stephen Miller there on Hannity as they have this on the side screen. They call it One Big Beautiful Bill. And then they just misrepresent all of the things in the bill. And then you have Stephen Miller's I'm sick and tired of everybody talking about this bill in the wrong way. I'm very sick and tired of it. These are all clown human beings. Play this clip.
I am sick and tired of the lies about this bill that have been perpetrated by opportunists who are trying to make a name for themselves. This is the most conservative bill in my lifetime.
How did we get these freaking people? These are evil weirdos. Sorry, no offense to evil weirdos. Maybe offense to them. Then you have who gives Barney Rubble a very bad name. The border czar, unappointed idiot. He comes on Fox, and the Fox host is like, all right, Tom. Hey, Tom, CNN, they crossed the line, didn't they? So CNN did a report. They reported on an app that is used to detect when ICE is coming into certain communities.
Oh.
So CNN reported that this app exists. So then Fox spent a lot of their coverage saying, oh, you're going to prosecute CNN, right? Are you going to go and throw them in jail? Watch this.
Tom, they've crossed the line here. This is out of control. I know it's just simply disgusting, and any network that covers that is disgusting as well. So I'm hoping DOJ steps in there and see if they cross that line of impeding federal law enforcement officers. Look, Lawrence, you and I talked about this. Assaults against ICE is up over 500%. Now you got an app that's going to tell where ICE operations are going to be. It's only a matter of time before ICE agents are ambushed by some nut, like what happened in LA, throwing a Molotov cocktail, throwing bricks at these officers. This is just it's disgusting at every level. So I hope DOJ dives in this deeply, because ICE is concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This shouldn't be an issue anybody is against. So So they're already a dangerous job going after the worst of the worst. These guys are putting their lives on the line every day going after the worst and worst internet security threats. And this app makes it that much more dangerous. It's incredible that those who enforce law.
Looks to be an Apple app. Nice block. Report sightings. So that's community led. What else we got? StopIce.net. What we got? Hello, clicky clicky, thank you. Here we go, everybody. People over papers. Redwood City. Yeah, they haven't made it up here yet. They did some Washington, but not Oregon. I don't like this thing, I am. I mean, I like the site. The site's great. This is good. This is good shit. A lot of New York stuff going on. With footage. Hell yeah, guys. Alright, there's the resource, folks. People over papers. I guarantee you if we go throw that into Google, it'll pop up proper. Bad lead, people over papers. First one comes up. Beautiful. So there it is, folks. Utilize it.
All of a sudden, they're the bad guys. When they break the law, they're victims. It's disgusting.
And then you had Pam Bondi on Hannity talking about how happy they were that they just sued Governor Walz, the governor of Minnesota. Play this clip.
And as I mentioned before, we also sued last week Governor Walz in Minnesota for tuition for illegal aliens. You can't do that. Once again, these governors, these
No.
states are prioritizing illegal aliens over our students.
Oh my.
Treating our students like second-class citizens. And the Trump administration is not going to put up with it. It ends and it ends.
What a load of
By the way,
bullshit.
while she was bragging about suing Governor Walz, he was spending the day at the funeral of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman, who were assassinated by a MAGA-loving assassin fanatic guy in Minnesota. Trump never called up, never expressed his condolences. All he did was call Governor Walz a whack job.
Yep.
Because the MAGA movement has zero empathy as well. By the way, I'm not going to read them to you, but if you read the comments to Governor Walz's post on Twitter, now X, that says, "Goodbye, my friend," which shows him in front of the casket of former Representative Hortman, the comments are all like, "You did this to her. You're the killer. You did." It's all these like right-wing conspiracies of people who show zero empathy to the situation. So speaking of having zero empathy, then you have Harrison Faulkner on Fox. Now she says, and she lists a number of Jewish Democratic Congress members, and then she says that
Point needs to be made. These people don't know the difference between empathy and sympathy. 9 times out of 10.
these Jewish Democratic Congress members are traitors to their faith, are not real Jews. So she is telling Jews that you're not real Jews if you support Mondami. Really? That's what you're saying?
That sounds familiar.
Is an interesting look into his campaign. He was unknown as of 6 months or a year ago, right? He is a new candidate who has tapped into energy and concerns about cost of living, things that you mentioned. He has repeatedly said he abhors anti-Semitism. Increasing anti-hate crime funding by 800%, that's real. That will help in New York. And don't take my word for it. Prominent Jewish New Yorkers, Jerry Nadler, Brad Lander, they have said they have endorsed him.
You're talking politicians who want their party to be in office,
they're Jewish,
irrespective
Harris,
of anything that they believe in.
That's not true.
I mean,
Are you questioning Jerry Nadler or Brad Lander's commitment to
100%.
Judaism?
Good.
Wow, I wouldn't question anyone's commitment
The
to their
same way that I would question Chuck Schumer, who works against the interest of his own people at times for the politics.
Let me
and
finish
that's what they're doing here.
what I'm saying here. Prominent Jewish New Yorkers have said
She's right. That
they
is
met
exactly
with
what they're
him,
doing.
They believe that he abhors anti-Semitism and will help New York do better.
I mean, the stuff they're saying, in my opinion, is blatantly anti-Semitic, actually anti-Semitic, saying you're not real Jews. What are you
Yeah,
talking
that
about?
is
You know, it is
textbook
xenophobic,
definition.
Islamophobic. This stuff is repulsive to see this, but that's state regime media for you. Speaking about repulsive, you then have MAGA Republican Senator from Kansas, Roger Marshall, who talks about getting rid of people on Medicaid, and he's like, you know, what we're really focusing on here is all of these people who commit fraud. It's all these people who are getting back surgeries fraudulently. What are you talking about? Play this clip.
We got 70 million that are on the program.
How are you getting these fit fraudulently? For fucking real. I can't get my shit done regularly, and it's fucked the hell up. I've actually got shit wrong that's visibly wrong and needs fixing that I can't get done.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
But somehow there's people out here fraudulently doing it, as in on Medicare and Medicaid and don't need these operations but are getting them. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel that you're either full of shit or know the people who are doing it and trying to pin it on everybody. And those people that are doing it are your friends. Or yourselves. I don't actually know there. I mean, y'all typically have your own fucking insurance that has a lot more coverage than we do, so I wouldn't think that. But, yeah, no. Fraudulent surgeries? Are you joking me? If there's any fraudulent surgeries going on for people on Medicare, Medicaid, it's the doc you need to be looking at, not the patient. Excuse me. I mean, for real. That I feel like that should be common sense. I feel like you should, that should be the first thought here. It should be, if there's fraudulent surgeries going on, we should be looking at the doctors that are doing these fraudulent surgeries, not the patients of the surgery. Yeah, that's a little cart before the horse.
You guys should be able to cut a lot of waste in this, but it seems like there's been some, even Republicans, that are resistant to do that. Why?
Yeah, a couple points I just have to make, Lawrence. Number one is there's 7 million healthy American men out there, working age, that are not working. I'd love to help them find a job. Second point is
The hell you would.
Increasing funding for Medicaid. We're increasing funding for Medicaid higher than the rate of inflation. We're going to increase it to the tune of $200 billion a year when this is all said and done. So when they talk about people not being on Medicaid anymore, half of those people are on it because of fraud or some type of...
Excuse me? You think you're going to do what? You've planned cuts for it. How are you going to say it's going to have so much more funding? That's not logically possible. That's ass backwards. That's not more funding. That's savings. It's not the same thing. And look at his face. Holy shit. Savings and having more funding are not the same goddamn thing. That is beyond inaccurate.
Of abuse of the system. The other half is because they're unwilling to work 20 hours a week. And you can volunteer, you can go to school. We want to help you.
Excuse? Unwilling to... What kind of horse shit is this motherfucker smoking? Saying that most Americans aren't willing to work 20 hours a week? Excuse me. Most of us do work 20 hours a week. Not only do we work 20 hours a week, we work more than that and still don't have enough to survive off of. Having enough to survive off of for 20 hours a week is what we're asking you asshats for. You fucking Ferengi pieces of shit. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, I'm making a Star Trek reference. To say Americans are not willing to work 20 hours a week is beyond false. That is beyond exaggeration. Americans would be happy to only work 20 hours a week and be able to pay for what their needs are, be able to pay for their families. Shit, that would put us in a better place. But no, y'all ain't offering that. And you want some head trip to think you is. So yeah, we've got a reason to be pissed off. We work in 40 hours a week plus at multiple jobs to try to fucking survive and still living paycheck to paycheck. Take your fucking head crown and get the fuck out of government.
You find a job brings dignity, it brings purpose. We're all about people finding a great way to live that American dream that President Trump talks about.
Yeah, well, my mom and dad, they preach religiously in our household. A man that doesn't work doesn't eat, Senator. And I think there's a lot of Americans out there that came from that same school of thought.
Look, you know where the fraud, waste, and abuse comes from in Medicaid? Corporations, like the ones run by MAGA Republican Senator Rick Scott when he used to be in business, that fraudulently billed Medicaid for services that were not provided. That's where the fraud is, and that's criminally prosecuted often. That's where you look. Individuals, what able-bodied individual is like, you know what I really need? I need Medicaid because I just love getting back surgery. Yeah, I love doing triple bypass surgery. What are you talking about? People are just trying to live. But that's their sick dystopian world.
Yeah.
On things. Speaking of that, here's Tom Homan talking about how Abrego Garcia, who is now back in Tennessee, and they're federally prosecuting him there. And Abrego is like, you know what? I'm going to allow me to stay in prison even though I should be released, and the judge said he could be released, because if he gets released, ICE is going to throw him back in El Salvador or throw him to another concentration camp. So even Abrego's like, I'm going to stay in prison. I'd rather stay in prison than be released for my own protection. And then Thomas Homan, this Homan guy, this border czar, is like, we're going to throw him out one way or another. You're going out of here. Here, play this clip.
I want to get you to weigh in on another story. So a judge has decided to delay Abrego Garcia's release from a Tennessee jail over deportation concerns. Not because he's a public safety risk, not because he beat his wife, not because he trafficked people across the border, not because people
He didn't.
in vans because
You
of
lying.
his trafficking, but because they don't want the guy to be deported. Should a judge be doing this?
Absolutely not. It's just another disgusting story. By two different federal judges, this person needs to be so he's basically telling us,
Well, then come here.
the orders issued by
Come
two
get your
federal
pets.
judges, I'm going to make my own independent, radical decision. Again, DOJ's on top of this. We got a great AG in Pam Bondi. I think they'll take this fight all the way. Bottom line is, there's no place in this country for this man. He needs to be sent home.
It's unbelievable that the judges now.
He is homie piece of shit.
Right now, if they want to be activists, they can take the robe off. Any of the judges that I work for in juvenile court, they would never tolerate this type of behavior.
Okay, there's something called due process, by the way. Due process. And finally here, I mean, they hate due process. Why don't you just say, there'll be a court proceeding, we'll go through due process, because in America, we're a nation of laws, and then we'll see what the outcome is. Then you have Pam Bondi, again, on Hannity, and here she talks about basically prosecuting CNN. Here, play.
Why? Because they're saying the quiet part out loud. It's to intentionally rile up their It's theater. Political theater.
You know, we've had Tom Homan on many times on the program,
Hey, baby.
and he's talked about a dramatic increase
But
in
you got your party
violence
head.
against
Hmm.
ICE agents.
But you got your party.
Over 450%. I mean, really scary numbers. If you have or put out an application or a warning system that ICE agents are in the area, are you guilty of obstruction? Are you guilty of aiding and
Nope.
abetting in that case? And by the way, if you're a sanctuary state, does that status aid and abet just the very status of it?
Yeah, and that's what he's doing. And people obviously are ICE agents, all of our federal agents who are working hand in hand on these task forces, our federal agents from the Justice Department could be injured. He's giving a message to criminals where our federal officers are, and he cannot do that. And we are looking at it, we are looking at him, and he better watch out because that's
I think there's a particular music quote that fits this just properly. Don't believe me, just watch.
That's not a protected speech. That is threatening the lives of our law enforcement officers throughout this country. And shame on CNN. I just saw that for the first time when you showed it.
Oh.
Promoting that app. That's shame on them for doing that. That could hurt our law enforcement officers who are out there protecting them, protecting all of us every single day.
No, you ain't protecting nobody. You ain't protecting nobody. You endangering people. Many people. And that's why it's become a thing. That's why Ice Block exists. That's why people over papers exist. If you can't be out there to do protests and shit, do your part. You see ICE. Make a report to one of these places. Keep everybody else informed. On to the next one. This is no joke. It's no longer as simple as these ICE agents are going after illegal citizens. No, these ICE agents are targeting people of color. And it doesn't matter what they're doing. It doesn't matter if they're paying taxes and waiting and doing the right things to get an immigration. But, go figure. That's what happens when you're in an authoritarian regime. You end up losing more than half of your working force because your leader's being a fool. And it is hateful because of somebody's skin color. Hates against all immigrants. Uses the general blanket term for it. When he's shown rather clearly, he just means people of color. Can't see that already. Hey, sucks to be you.
I'm Sarah, and I'm an attorney here at Atticus. It's no.
Donald Trump is getting a rude awakening in Texas, where his polling in Texas is significantly underwater at this point. And as you see, poll after poll, it's been shifting downward. But now, from this Texas Politics Project poll, Donald Trump's now polling at only 44% approval in Texas. And he fell significantly amongst independents, who saw an increase in disapproval from 48% in February to 60% in June. I think people in Texas who are grappling with a struggling economy there, Trump's trade war against the world is causing a lot of suffering. Trump lied about all of his promises there. And people who have to live with the reality of complex immigration issues, I don't think they like the idea of masked ICE officers going into restaurants and factories and Home Depot parking lots or shopping centers or whatever, and engaging in heinous conduct. I mean, you hear horrible stories out of Texas, just like you do here in Los Angeles. I mean, think about this story where the ICE arrested a Texas preschool teacher, detained a 3-year-old boy, and as Perez Nieto says, he now has to tell a 3-year-old boy every single day who's in detention what the hell just happened. And his son also requires specialized care for an eardrum condition. He's locked up in one room with 6 other families. Here, just watch this.
Se la están llevando con su hijo, señora. ¿Cuál es la situación, señor? Se me pone mi hijo.
Now you have a Senate seat in the next upcoming election that's up for grabs as well. Senator John Cornyn from Texas is up for re-election, Republican. He's trailing his primary race against Ken Paxton, MAGA Republican extremist there in Texas. Here's what Cornyn had to say. Let's play it.
I just talked to Kirsten Gillibrand. Yeah. She thinks Texas is in play because of the primary. Do you think that the primary puts Texas in play?
Well, there's no doubt, but that if the Attorney General is the Republican nominee, there will be hundreds of millions of dollars spent in a futile effort to try to keep that seat in Republican hands. So I think to that extent, I would agree with her sentiment. The risk of the wrong person winning the primary would be catastrophic.
So let's bring in Congressman Colin
Interesting.
Allred, who just announced today he will be seeking that Senate seat. Congressman, tell us about your announcement and tell us about what you're seeing in Texas.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on. And listen, let me tell you why I'm running. You know, you showed a little bit of it there, but to me, everything's just backwards. You know, Washington is broken. The system is rigged. Folks are working harder and harder for less, and they're seeing folks who cut corners and who cut deals getting ahead. And so I know the Texans are looking for somebody who's going to be fighting for us. We know that whether it's John Cornyn or Ken Paxton, they're too weak and too corrupt to represent us. And I'm going to be laser focused on lowering our costs, unrigging what I think is a rigged system for hardworking Texans. I know I'm a 4th-generation Texan, raised by a single mother here. I know who we are. It helped me make it to the NFL, to Congress. Now I want to serve our entire state.
Have you seen changes since you and I last talked from the last election to now, in Texas? Are people waking up, or do I keep saying people are waking up and then they don't really wake up?
No, they are. And I think it's hard to overstate the level of concern that's been out there. I mean, we were dealing with the measles outbreak at the same time as we had an anti-vaxxer as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. As you mentioned, the trade war, we're the #1 trade state in the country, so that has a big impact on us. We've obviously seen many of sort of the worst excesses of this administration playing out in Texas, and so there's been huge concern. But I think the biggest concern has been who's going to fight for us. There are some things that are not just partisan, but you need somebody who's going to be on your side as a Texan, and that's something I've always been. I got to this point by being a fighter, by being raised by single moms, a public school teacher, relying on my community. That allowed me to end up, playing in the NFL, becoming a civil rights attorney, serving in President Obama's administration, in Congress. I now want to fight for us in the Senate because we know we're not going to get that out of John Cornyn, and we sure as heck know we're not going to get that out of Ken Paxton.
I've got to say, in my years of online gaming and interaction with people from around the country and around the world, that's the kind of Texan I usually hang out with. That's the energy I'm used to from Texas. I like seeing it come back. Y'all got a little lost, but you ain't gone. Everybody loses their way every now and then.
Let's talk about immigration. I know there were a lot of Hispanic people in the state and a lot of people from all races and ethnicities who thought, not me. He's not targeting me. He's going to target them. And now we see ICE. I don't go what if you're an American citizen and you look a certain way.
Yeah.
They may detain you. They've revoked temporary protected status from Cubans and Venezuelans and Haitians who thought they were protected. Mexicans who thought they would be protected because they've worked here for decades and they not me. And so for a lot of different reasons, I guess people thought that they were part of the Trump I don't get it, but they thought they were part of his crew.
Try to tell them.
Let me just show you this. This is what we see frequently in Texas. We see it here in Los Angeles. ICE boarding a Greyhound bus, asking anyone who looks Hispanic for like papers. Here, let me show you this.
What do Alma, Jim,
Oh.
and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's
I see it here. My wife's family lives in a wife's first generation. Her mom doesn't leave the house, doesn't go to church anymore, doesn't go to work out. And we're seeing that in Texas also. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, this is personal for me.
I can't blame them.
From Brownsville, which is the very tip of Texas, where my grandfather was a customs officer. Spent a lot of my childhood in South Texas along the border, and so I've always felt like it is important that we have a secure border. That's been one of my top priorities. But as we do that, and as we conduct our immigration system, we have to do it in a way that's consistent with our values. We have had a broken immigration system for so long that it's allowed something like this to come along now. And I put certainly a lot of the blame on what's going on with this administration, but also on the Congress, on the fact that for years, folks like Ken Paxton and John Cornyn, those same kind of people who prevented us from passing any kind of comprehensive immigration reform that would remove this kind of discretion that we're seeing that allows these abuses. And so we need to have leaders who will not just talk about the problems. And listen, I'm heartbroken for so many folks who've been impacted, who've been made to live in fear in our state. I'll be an advocate to make sure that that the law is enforced, but it's enforced consistent with who we are. But we also have to talk about the solutions. And I think as Democrats, we have to talk about that we had a broken immigration system, that we needed to do more to secure the border, but that now let's put that forward. Let's talk about how we can fix this. What's our positive vision for how we can make sure that we're welcoming the best and the brightest from around the world, that we're making sure that the Statue of Liberty is still the symbol that folks see us as being the country that attracts all 8 billion people around the world want to come here and contribute their talents here. That's what we have to continue.
And then, this trade war against the...
Yeah, but the best and the brightest is not going to get you that. We have to be willing to accept people no matter the scenario. To some extent. We want to keep going with this title we supposedly think we are. We got some explaining and some work to do. We'll see.
The world, you talked about it a little bit ago. There's this incongruity because sometimes you look at the market and the market's up. It's fluctuates a ton, the market. But when I speak to business leaders, at least in California, especially medium-sized businesses, small businesses, they are suffering. They're on the verge of going out of business, and they don't know what to do, and they're holding on thanks to their own ingenuity. But I feel like there are all these traps now across the economy where if one thing now just breaks, we're teetering here on a verge of a lot of very problematic things, and it just seems that every day it kind of gets covered up with whether the corporate news is talking about the next fake deal or look what we did with but nothing's happening. It's things are still not good.
Yeah.
Maybe because that's
I
exactly
just
what's
think
going
every
on.
business leader I talk to wants certainty, right? I mean, even if it's going to be a system that they disagree with, they'd like to know what it is. And you can't just be changing it, depending on how someone has tweeted at you or whether or not someone's coming and with hat in hand to you. Like that's not a system that is predictable or that's going to work for Texans or for the economy as a whole. As I mentioned, we're the number one trade state in the country, and so all of this stuff impacts us directly. And I think it all comes back to that. I understand folks who felt like in the last election they wanted to find somebody who's going to be focused on lowering their costs, make it easier for them as a family to get by. Folks are working harder for less. That's the way. I grew up with a mom who's working 1, 2 jobs, trying to get by as a public school teacher, trying to add some extra income. But what we've seen is that they were lied to, and that there is no effort to lower their costs. In fact, it's just going up. And so, when I see somebody saying, "Well, you might not have $4, $5, $6 for Christmas this year. You might only have to have one," they just have no idea what working families like the one I came from are actually dealing with. The question isn't if you have $5 or $6. The question is, are you going to have any? Right? And that's what I think most Texans, and I think Americans too, are just looking for, is who's going to talk about what we're dealing with? Who's going to help us with this affordability crisis that we have, that we can't buy a home, that we can't take care of things we know we need to take care of? That's what I want to be focused on. That's what I think was, in some cases, promised, but certainly has not been delivered in the last election.
Congressman, if people want to find out more about the campaign, where can they go?
Yeah, please, everybody get involved. Go to ColinAlready.com. We are going to win this election. We're going to make sure the 30 million Texans get a senator who's going to stand up for us, who's going to fight for us, and who's going to make sure that we do everything we can to put Texans' concerns first.
Congressman Colin Allred running for that Senate seat. It's a big race. Thank you so much for coming.
You're still missing it. It's interesting how people can't seem to see a tactical way to combat this bullshit. You need to work from the lowest class up. Quite literally. You stay in your blankies. You need to do the reverse of trickle down. Because that's what all of these motherfuckers have been taught. Sadly, it's going to take a lot of psychology. A lot of making them question. And that's not easy. Excuse me. That does leave me a big question. How can you be so misinformed so easily? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Without questioning. What what's going on in your heads that you lack the ability to question what's going on? Question what comes from the orange turd.
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave.
Humpty Dumpty being...
And if you say it's your morals or whatnot, you can just stop that bullshit. Even with morals, you still question. It is not sin to question or be curious, to want to know. It is human.
Decided by a federal judge in Miami, finding the Attorney General of Florida in contempt. Donald Trump taking time out of the budget process to go down with DeSantis to the alligator Alcatraz in Miami-Dade County, where I live, to put migrants and people they pick up inhumanely into 3,000 tents with no air conditioning, no running water, no plumbing, with pythons and mosquitoes and alligators forming part of the surveillance body there. What is happening? I'm going to break it down for you and tell you why Judge Williams found the Attorney General of Florida in contempt. The same Attorney General who's bragging that we're swamp people down here in, he's not even from Miami, he's from Destin, down in Miami, and we're going to, and then chuckling and mocking human beings who are being put in tents worse than Guantanamo Bay. Let's call this out. Let's stand together. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF. Let's talk about what's happening first. In the Everglades, in the area that we refer to as the Big Cypress Reserve that the Miccosukee Indian tribe also has dominion over, alongside it there is an 11,000-foot-long airstrip. Trump
alongside
wants to send in captured migrants and not build buildings for them, not have them be humane, but have cruel and unusual punishment in the middle of the Everglades, literally surrounded by pythons, swarms of mosquitoes, and alligators. Cautionary tale and full disclosure, I've taken a bike trip through the Everglades in the spring, and it was brutal and deadly. I can't think about pitching a tent and being forced there while National Guardsmen stand nearby. Now, let me talk about James Utmeyer. Mr. Utmeyer is the Attorney General for Florida. How did he get that job? He was the Chief of Staff for Ron DeSantis. He ran his presidential campaign into the ground and was rewarded to be the Attorney General. That's about it. He went to law school. He worked at some firm, Jones Day. I get it. Not qualified to be the Attorney General, Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the state. And he got sideways with Judge Williams, who I know well, in Miami just recently, because he decided he would tell law enforcement in Florida not to comply or not to abide with Judge Williams' injunction, in which she enjoined the state from enforcing a law criminalizing undocumented and allowing local law enforcement to pick them up. Judge Williams entered a temporary restraining order. She entered a preliminary injunction. And then Utmeyer, who's now on podcast world, mocking other human beings and their suffering as he goes back in his air-conditioned helicopter and plane back to Tallahassee, wherever he came from, and uses inappropriate, racially charged language. When I heard him say, I'm going to play a clip or two from him, this Yahoo. When I heard him say that we're going to be going after low-hanging fruit. When I hear low-hanging fruit in this context of the depraved, inhumane torture of other human beings, I have to think of, and I'm sure he intended it, think of that famous civil rights song about strange fruit. What was the strange fruit in the song? It was...
Things have gotten pretty expensive lately, and I need to generate some additional income.
I stumbled upon data.
Black Americans being hanged from trees. You know, we have a lynching problem in America not so long ago, and that was the strange fruit. So when I hear low-hanging fruit, I
Mm-hmm.
think that he meant it in a perverse, racial, depraved way. What else to think? He's busy on a podcast mocking the alligator Alcatraz. I'm not sure he should be mocking anybody, considering as the chief law enforcement officer, he's been found in contempt by Judge Williams just in the last several days. Let me play the mocking part first, then I'll get to Judge Williams as we kind of get down to what's happening with the Alcatraz, the alligator Alcatraz. Let's play the clip.
This is amazing. Okay, so here you are on site. How are you? Wait, hold on. You just said that you'll have it open in July?
It'll be open, yeah, first week of July.
You're just going to put tents out there, lean-tos? Like, how's it going to work?
You know, in Florida, we've gotten very good
You're
at
going to chain people to the alligator?
responding.
Yeah.
No, we'll have some light infrastructure, a lot of, heavy-duty tent facilities, trailer facilities. We don't need to build a lot of brick and mortar. Again, it will be temporary, and thankfully, Mother Nature does a lot on the perimeter. We'll have a little bit of additions needed, but there's really nowhere to go. If you're housed there, if you're detained there, there's no way in, no way out.
My brother in Christ. In the first administration, President Trump, in an interview with the New York Times, proposed potentially putting alligators at the border wall and filling the Rio Grande with alligators. And now you're literally doing it. You're making his dream come true.
Well, we believe in the swamp down here in Florida. We're swamp creatures. But no, it's a great facility. The state will be able to use it for a long time.
This is using the swamp to your advantage. Do you understand? This is Sun Tzu, Art of the Swamp. Okay, so
No.
you're breaking news right now.
Oh my God. Oh, that was so stupid. The great military general Sun Tzu wrote a book called The Art of War. This book was not a light read. And if you thank you. If you had no understanding of psychology, you do not understand this book. 100%. You do not understand exactly what's being said. Even if you don't know what the concepts are called, you have to at least know what the concepts are. Be able to understand those concepts. This is not even close to the living work was the living work of Sun Tzu. That's fucking offensive. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble with that one. Wow. Talk about a logical leap. And you're using just this one spot, just the fact that it's the terrain being used for tactical advantage. When it comes to battlefield tactics, that's a pretty basic lesson.
Stream Elements says, Find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Alligator Alcatraz is going down.
It is. We have commenced with the construction. Again, we don't need a lot. It's light infrastructure. 5,000 beds by early July. Many of them will be at Alligator Alcatraz.
Are these going to be criminal aliens from all around the country, or what's apprehended here in Florida?
Both, yeah. Around the country and in Florida, we'll prioritize criminal aliens as the Trump administration has called on us to do.
If someone was not born in that climate, that could be deadly.
As was discussed with Tom Homan yesterday, I mean, there's 600,000 or so criminal aliens in this country that have already been convicted of other crimes. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. We've got to get these dangerous people off the streets, first and foremost, but then we've got to enforce rule of law across the board. If you are not legally in this country, you should not be here, and we've got an obligation to support the Trump administration.
Hey guys, I just found an amazing digital marketing expert on Fiverr.
Okay, there's a case brought by the American Civil Liberties Union and the Florida Immigration Coalition that's pending before Judge Williams in Miami, right down the street from me, which is against James Utmeyer and others. And the judge issued an order on April the 18th in which Judge Williams said that within Florida, all law enforcement officers were bound by a temporary restraining order enjoining enforcement of the newly enacted criminal investigation law. And the court ordered defendants to provide actual notice of that temporary restraining order to all law enforcement. Utmeyer, the Attorney General, originally sent out a letter complying, attaching the temporary restraining order and telling everyone to not to comply with the injunction. But then 5 days later, he sent out a follow-up letter that said that no judicial order properly restrains you. He opposes and disagrees with the federal judge's order, and that there's no lawful legitimate order currently impeding your agency from continuing to enforce the enjoined statute. What? So the judge entered an order to show cause to bring Utmeyer, this same guy talking about the depraved use of the Everglades to store people outside during the summer, starting in July, where it's going to be 110 degrees in the shade, and there's no shade in these locations. He also said in a various public statements, including on podcasts, these people love going on podcast and bro podcast. Utmeyer disavowed compliance. He said he would not bow down to the court. And then the court gave, let me read to you from other aspects. He sent a letter on the 18th to law enforcement where he said, I must note my disagreement with the order. It's wrong on the merits. It's overbroad on the scope at most. And then he gives his argument. However, he says, the court has directed my office to notify you not to take any steps to enforce those statutes. Then 5 days later, he sends out a letter. I cannot prevent you from enforcing the statutes, and there remains no judicial order that properly restrains you from doing so. And he makes public statements. He's not going to bow down to the judge. He's not going to rubber stamp her order. And then, of course, when she brings him before her on contempt, he says, oh, you should give me leniency because I'm the chief law enforcement officer of Florida. He's right. And as the chief law enforcement officer of Florida, you have a duty not to undermine the judicial process or to interfere with it. And you have an obligation as a member of the bar. And she quoted the rule of professional responsibility on that point as well. She found him in contempt for doing what he did. That brings us back to her final ruling. She does two things. One, she quotes the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals in the Abrego Garcia case as follows. She said, equally important is the law's commitment to free speech, including that of government officials who criticize the court. She says, I'm not afraid of you criticizing me. Criticism keeps us on our toes. courts speak with the knowledge of their imperfections, but also with the sense that they instill a fidelity to law that would be sorely missed in their absence. But then she says, you're not allowed to take my words and twist them out of all meaning. She ends her order this way, citing Lewis Carroll and Through the Looking Glass and Alice in Wonderland. Over a century ago, author and sometimes logician Lewis Carroll guided readers through the Looking Glass. Among the adventures there, we encounter a character who boasts of his mastery of words. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said, in a rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. The question is, said Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. The answer then, the judge wrote, as now is no. Litigants cannot change the plain meaning of words as it suits them, especially when conveying a court's clear and unambiguous order. Fidelity to the rule of law can have no other meaning. And now she's decided that in the form of contempt, she is going to require that there be regular biweekly reporting about arrest, detentions, and law enforcement action about the statute, and that the first report gets filed on July 1st. Of course, I will cover it. So the fundamental question I have for the audience is this. Donald Trump continues to press the losing hand on immigration and migrant and lack of constitutional rights and his abuse of constitutional rights of these people. The polling says he's doing terrible, that he's terribly underwater, unfavorable versus favorable, that the American people, by a large majority, do not like his immigration plan or what it's doing to the country. And of course, constituent groups that are comprised of people that came to this country and are now naturalized and are now citizens hate it as well. We have a new memo from the Justice Department from Pam Bondi that says they're going to start a process of denaturalizing people, taking away the constitutional granted right to citizenship that somebody has earned.
Yeah, I'm getting
not
tired.
because they committed fraud, although that's in there, but if they get sideways in any way in expressing their First Amendment rights under the Constitution. So naturalized citizens in the Donald Trump world do not hold the same rights. They're second-class citizens compared to people that are born here. I don't think people that are born here have great rights protected by Donald Trump either. So is all of this comedic, it's tragedy, right? It's the flip side of comedy. This comedy tragedy that's playing out when he goes and he brags about the alligator Alcatraz, and right on cue, tone from the top, so do all the people that follow him, all of his sycophants and bootlickers. Does this have an impact electorally? And shouldn't it? When people realize how much of the big budget bill is going to harm the voters for Donald Trump in red states, people have to make him pay, have to make him accountable. And what's going on in Florida? Let me read to you from Max Frost, our young congressperson here in Florida. He called Utmeyer, the guy I just told you about, the Attorney General of Florida, a Trump sycophant and disgusting. And I quote from Max Frost's statement: Donald Trump, his administration, and his enablers have made one thing brutally clear. They intend to use the power of the government to kidnap, brutalize, starve, and harm every single immigrant they can. They target migrants, rip families apart, and subject people to conditions that amount to physical and psychological torture, which is also prevented by the Eighth Amendment. Now they want to erect tents in the blazing Everglades sun and call it an immigration enforcement. They don't care if people live or die. They only care about cruelty and spectacle. I agree with you, Representative Frost, and you have an open invitation to appear on Legal AF at any time. So until my next report, I'm Michael Pope. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in
Yeah. Gmod, interesting. I like Gmod.
Hi, I'm Jenny,
Donald Trump just held a disastrous press conference at a concentration around them. Donald Trump says this is something like a dream come true where migrants can now be killed and eaten by alligators in a concentration camp in the United States of America. I will show you that Donald Trump said these things right now. Let's just go through it here. Donald Trump was in front of the cages at the concentration camp that they're referring to, the regime's calling Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. It's in a airport strip that $450 million of our taxpayer dollars has now been put into to house these migrants, or I should say to torture migrants and to kill migrants potentially. Here, Donald Trump standing in front of the cages with Ron DeSantis, as well as Kristi Noem, his cosplay dog-killing Homeland Security Secretary, looks at the cages and says, "Biden wanted me in here, that son of a bitch." Here, play this clip.
Right there, to be honest. Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here, that son of a bitch. What's your expectation what this will do?
Next, Donald Trump is asked if this was a dream come true because he was asked during his first administration that he may have wanted to put crocodiles in the Rio Grande. And now Donald Trump says, well, I was thinking about that. That was a joke, but now I'm actually really happy that we're doing it now. Play this clip.
President, in 2018, you suggested putting alligators in the Rio Grande to prevent crossings in Texas. Is this a dream come true for you, sir?
Well, I was thinking about that, I must say. It was meant more as a joke, but the more I thought of it, the more I liked it, if you want to know the truth. And they were serious. They were actually crocodiles. They were crocodiles from Africa. They are a step beyond. But no, that was really meant as a joke, but a lot of people liked it. And a lot of people think we should do it, frankly.
Donald Trump is asked about 50,000 troops stationed outside of Sumy in Ukraine by Russia, and Russia's looking to launch a massive offensive. What is Trump going to do? And he's like, whatever, we'll see. Who cares? Play this clip.
Russia has about 50,000 troops stationed outside of Sumy in Ukraine. What will you do if Russia authorizes an offensive?
We'll see what happens. I'm watching it very closely.
Mr. President?
Next, Donald Trump and Kristi Noem talk about prosecuting CNN for their coverage about an app that tracks where ICE raids are potentially taking place, and for CNN's coverage regarding Donald Trump's strikes on Iran that were not as successful as Donald Trump claimed. He and Kristi Noem say they're looking into prosecuting CNN for that. Here, let's play it.
And Madam Secretary, CNN yesterday pushed an app that lets you track where ICE agents are. Tom Homan was saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that as obstruction of law enforcement. Your response?
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Justice to see if we can prosecute them for that, because what they're doing is actively encouraging people to avoid law enforcement activities, operations, and we're going to actually go after them and prosecute them with the partnership of PAM if we can, because what they're doing we believe is illegal.
And they may be prosecuted also for having given false reports on the attack in Iran. They were given totally false reports. It was totally obliterated, and our people have to be celebrated, not come home and say, what do you mean we didn't hit the target? We hit the target prison. You know, the pilots came home and they said we hit the target prison. So they may be very well prosecuted for that. What they did there we think is totally illegal. Okay, let's go. Follow us. Hi, Brian. You all right? Two of the boys have been very lucky. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, really?
You
Works for who?
Then they go to the press conference area, a different room, where Kristi Noem talks about, after talking about killing migrants with alligators and pythons and torturing them and prosecuting CNN, Kristi Noem, the sociopathic, sicko murderer that she is, says, we love everybody. We love everybody. And Donald Trump's like, well, not everybody. Here, play this clip.
Making sure that nobody is prioritized over an American citizen. We love everybody. We do. We love everybody.
Not everybody.
Well,
a lot of people.
But we shouldn't be putting people illegally above
we should be making sure that we do things right. And that's what America has always stood for, and we're an example to the rest of the world because we do it right. So, Mr. President, you surround yourself with great people, and I think that's because everybody wants to work for the greatest president that the United States has ever had.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop. Learn the latest trends, stay updated, videos change fast. Plan your content, be consistent and creative. Know your platforms, adapt your content. Each one's different. Edit like a pro, cut, trim, and polish. Make it shine, but not too shine. It's still user-generated content. Or just find your next creator on Fiverr.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies and villages with free healing wells. Save Flame Hall until level 20 plus. Trust me, those lava traps wreck new players. If you need gear, Silent Marsh drops poison-resistant boots, but watch for ambushes in the fog. Skyridge Pass provide great XP if you can dodge falling boulders. Avoid Oathspring Oasis at night. Stronger monsters spawn there. Later, you can try Icecrown Range for rare spellbooks, or Bridgemere Plains if you're hunting boss tier loot. Oh, and Dragon's Rest? That's endgame territory. Stick to these tips and you'll survive longer than I did on my first run.
And that's President Donald J. Trump.
Thank
so
you
thank
very
you,
much,
sir.
Christy. That's
Thank
so
you for your
nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Then Kristi Noem says that this is what needs to be built by all governors in the United States. This is what she wants to see all governors do, build concentration camps where alligators can kill migrants. Play this clip.
And this facility is exactly what I want every single governor in this country to consider doing with us. What happened to start this conversation was that a young man named Jimmy Percival in my office, my general counsel, who came from Florida and used to work here, called up the Attorney General and the governor and said, hey, what do you think about partnering with us on a detention facility that we could put in place that would allow us to bring individuals there? There's an airstrip close by. You guys volunteered the assets that you have and the connections that you have and worked with Kevin extensively so that we could come here, have their due process given, and return them home to their countries. And in 8 days, this facility has been stood up.
Next, Kristi Noem says that this is how you uphold freedom, by building concentration camps surrounded by alligators that will kill migrants. Play this clip.
Since Trump has gone back into the White House, because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing. President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing. The freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are. We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here.
Now, before Donald Trump took off and went to the concentration camp in the Everglades in Florida, he was asked a question about alligator Alcatraz. Is the idea that the migrants get eaten? And Donald Trump says, yes, I guess that's the concept, that they will get eaten and they will get killed by the alligators. Here, play this clip.
And with the alligator Alcatraz, is the idea that if some illegal immigrant escapes, they just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something? I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If snakes are fast, but alligators are, but we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay? Not a good thing.
Elon Musk has been very vocal in his criticism of Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans for pushing through the disastrous budget bill. To Elon Musk's credit, he talks about the amount of debt, trillions of dollars, that are going to be added by this disastrous budget bill, and how it will kill new American emerging technologies, how it will kill wind and solar energy, and how it give subsidies to coal and will set America back. This is the biggest gift to China. And then Donald Trump says that, well, we're going to have Doge look at Elon and we may deport Elon Musk. Elon Musk may be deported soon by Doge, and we're gonna hit him hard. Play this clip.
Things have gotten pretty expensive lately. I need to generate some additional income.
I found data annotation. I can work from my phone. I can work from my computer. I actually have money to spend and go do things. Yay! If you've been considering taking the assessment, do it right now. You will have no regrets, except maybe not doing it sooner.
Now that I use Monday Service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday Service is a ticketing platform that helps us manage and automate our entire service operations with efficiency and with no code needed. IT, HR, ops, or any other department, everyone can manage ticketing their way and stay on the same platform so we can create a unified experience for our customers. Every incoming ticket is automatically categorized, and the repetitive issues get resolved. Whatever tickets are left get routed to the right available rep with recommended resolutions and next steps. And you can see it all here on our dashboards. We customize them to focus on the strategic stuff, identifying company needs and opportunities so we can finally be proactive and also showcase our business impact. Turns out my job doesn't have to be that chaotic. Right, Taylor?
The rest. We got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about that. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that to Peter. To let Peter test it out.
And this is what happens in fascist regimes like the United States. We've seen this in Russia, right? At first, the oligarchs like the Musks are close to the regime, but if you speak out against the regime, the oligarchs are the first to be killed and attacked by the regime. And here Donald Trump, while he's at the concentration camp in the Everglades, is asked, are you concerned that Elon Musk says he's going to fund primary challenges to Republicans who vote for the disastrous budget bill? And Donald Trump again threatens Elon Musk. Let's play it.
Musk is ripping into this bill again. Are you concerned that Republicans are going to be swayed by Musk and his money?
No, I don't think so. I think what's going to happen is Doge is going to look at Musk. And if Doge looks at Musk, we're going to save a fortune. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't think you should be playing that game with me.
Mr. President, July 9th tariff guideline.
Then Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis talk about redoing the census and trying to rig the census to help the MAGA Republicans create an enduring dictatorship in the United States. Let's play it.
Be a new bill called Make American Elections Great Again.
I love it.
Forcing the U.S. Census Bureau to redo the census to actually get an account of how many Americans with proof of citizenship are in our area, in our country, redistricting some of the House districts. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll speak for both of us. We love it. Okay, you're going to like this one. I know all about it. We want to bring our elections back. The election in 2020 was rigged, millions and millions of votes. It had to do with COVID and a lot of things, but it really had to do with the crooked people. The Democrats are very good at cheating on elections. And that's why I said too big to rig. They tried this one too. But after about 9:02, they gave up too many votes. Too big to rig. Ron would love it. I would love it. Christie would love it. That's what they have to do. They have to bring it back. And we have to look, Ron, they include anybody that happens to be in your state.
Well, California would lose like 5 seats if they did a fair census. And even beyond that, the Biden census gypped Florida of at least 1 seat. We only got 1 seat in the last census. Are you trying to tell me that Florida only had 1 seat in that? We should have had at least 2. Texas should have had another difference in the House of Representatives in the majority. So I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. We'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned. I've got so many more millions of people in Florida that have representation because of that flawed census.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with a variety of AI services, or even if they're an architecture firm looking to get more work done. It's all made possible with Fiverr freelancers. Join millions of business owners already growing their businesses with Fiverr.
Download for free.
Going back to when Trump was at the White House, he then lies and claims that there was total obliteration at the Iranian nuclear sites when we know there wasn't. We see satellite images today of them excavating the Fordo facility, for example. Like it's not completely obliterated, but okay, play it.
I mean, we had an incredible in Iran. We had an incredible success, like really nobody's had in many, many years. That was a precision war strike, and the word obliteration can now be used because the Atomic Energy Commission said you can't even get into the place. It was demolished. It was really demolished. It was a great.
Donald Trump then attacks Zohran Mamdani and says that he wants to operate. He hears that Mamdani wants to operate grocery stores. What's that about? He wants to work at What are you even talking about? Play this clip.
I think he's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist. I said there will never be socialism in the United States. Now we have a communist. I think he's bad news. And I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him, watching him, because he has to come right to this building to get his money. And don't worry, he's not going to run away with anything. I think he's frankly, I've heard he's a total nut job. I think the people of New York are crazy. If they go this route, I think they're crazy. We will have a communist for the first time, really, a pure, true communist. He wants to operate the grocery stores, the department stores. What about the people that are there? I think it's crazy.
And then Donald Trump is asked about the cuts to Medicaid from the disastrous budget bill. And then Trump lies and claims that there are no cuts, there are no games, that nothing is going to happen with Medicaid when we know for a fact that 15 to 16 million Americans are going to lose their Medicaid as a result of the disastrous budget bill. 1 in 4 nursing homes are going to be shut down. About 40% of rural hospitals are going to be shut down. That's why I call the budget bill a murder bill, because tens of millions of Americans are going to be killed. Concentration camps in Florida, in the Everglades, where migrants will be eaten by alligators. That's the United States for you right now as of July 1st, 2025. Here's the clip of Trump, though.
You heard the concerns about the Medicaid, though, cuts, though, Mr.
No,
President.
we're not going to be playing with
An
Medicaid.
estimated
Only waste,
11.8
fraud, and
million
abuse.
Americans could lose
Yeah,
their
the
coverage. Are you
Democrats have
breaking
it
your
wrong.
promise?
Yeah. Waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, if you look at what's gone on, we've gone way back. We take care of Medicaid. We take care of Medicare. They will blow Medicare and Medicaid because they have no idea what they're doing. Just like they don't have any idea what they did on the border, they have no idea. Medicaid is in big trouble with the Democrats.
So you promise anyone who loses their health care coverage, that is because of waste, fraud, and abuse?
Waste, fraud, only waste, fraud, and abuse, which is what everybody wants.
There you have it, folks. Hard for me to believe that some of the words that I said on this video were words that I said. But then I showed you the video, so you heard for yourself, and I'm just going to report on the facts of what they're actually saying. Trump saying it's a dream come true to have migrants in concentration camps die by getting eaten by alligators. So you tell me what you think about that. Leave comments. Tell me what you think in the comments. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million. Thanks for watching.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA union made.
You can choose to raid the caravan, or you can choose to guard it. This is a game where slaying monsters are not the only way to grow stronger. Heck, it's not even the main way. Discover relics in the ruins. Loot treasures from the bandit camps. Learn skills by finishing quests. Profit from trading routes. Build your own territory. Choose your own way to play. Just because you can.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 hand-picked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before, because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't control the store. It's yours. You can delete products from it, add new products to it, all that good stuff. It's your store, okay? Not only that, I'm going to give you my courses completely free. I'm not going to try to upsell you a bunch of courses. I know you've seen gurus trying to sell courses for $1,000, $2,000, so on and so forth. I can afford to give you my courses for free because, again, Shopify pays me when you use this software and open up a Shopify store. So you get a free store, right? I get a commission from Shopify, and Shopify gets a new merchant to their platform that's being trained by me. It's a win-win-win situation. All you have to do is click here right now. I dare you to do it. I dare you to see if it's free. You're going to go to the next page. You're going to create a free account. You're going to get a free account to our AI software that's going to build you a store in the next 20 minutes, is ready to start taking orders. The sales pages are going to be done. The product descriptions are going to be done. The products are going to be uploaded to the store for you, ready to go, ready to start taking orders. The custom theme is going to be uploaded with banners for you. It's going to be ready to go. It's weeks of work and thousands of dollars worth of design done for you, all by AI, completely free. The only thing that you have to do is create your own Shopify account. Again, the reason I'm able to do this for free is because Shopify is paying me. I'm awarded as the most innovative commerce coach in the world by Shopify. Shopify follows me. They like a lot of my ads. And this is something that Shopify is 100% aware of and loves. That's why they're paying me to do it. So you can go pay somebody for a bunch of courses. You can go pay somebody to build you a store. Or you can just click here and let our AI software build it for you for free. And you'll have an epic, professional, optimized store ready to go in the next 20 minutes. The choice is yours. But if you want to get started right now by the person that's awarded as most innovative commerce coach in the world, that's going to give you courses for free, build your store for free, then you got to click here right now. Again, I dare you to do it. I dare you to see it's free. Not a dime's coming out of your pocket for my services. Shopify's paying me to give them to you. Let's go.
scorching cross-examination by Democratic Congress members. What they're doing now is just not answering the questions at all and answering different questions, literally giving the middle finger to Congress. But MAGA Mike Johnson is okay with it because MAGA Mike Johnson doesn't even really think the House of Representatives should exist at all. He believes it should just exist for whatever Donald Trump wants to do with it. So much for co-equal branches of government. So let me show you some of this recent Democratic cross-examination of Donald Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi. So you have Democratic Congressmember Morell, and he's cross-examining Pam Bondi about a decision by the DOJ to construe Donald Trump's pardon for January 6th insurrectionists to also include all of their other criminal conduct in most cases. So if Donald Trump pardoned you for being an insurrectionist, any other kind of related conduct, if the FBI discovered that you were involved in other crimes, under the Trump DOJ, by and large, you get a pardon for the other crimes as well. So a fair question to ask the Attorney General. Watch what took place. Let's play it.
In addition to my role here, the committee that I serve on as an authorizer oversees Capitol security as well as federal elections. So I'm closely following the aftermath of January 6th. Recently, several defendants who received presidential pardons related to that day are now arguing in court that the pardon covers crimes like, for instance, illegal firearm possession discovered in a search of an individual's home in California months after January 6th. What's your position on whether the pardons cover these separate offenses?
Yeah, the pardon power rests with the president, not the Department of Justice, and some of that is pending litigation, and I cannot discuss pending litigation.
Well, I'm not asking you about who has the right to a pardon. I think as the Department of Justice in February wrote, the pardon is an act of grace which removes the punishment from a crime a person has committed. It further said, in its effect, the granting of a pardon is in no sense the overturning of a judgment of conviction. It is an executive action that mitigates or sets aside punishment. So as the chief law enforcement officer, what's your opinion, not the president's power, whether he can offer a pardon? That's pretty clear in the Constitution. But for crimes committed unrelated to January 6th, would you suggest that the pardons would cover activities or crimes potentially committed outside of that by the same person?
Well, I don't know if you're referring to Joe Biden pardoning his son after he said he would not pardon Hunter Biden, or the
No, I actually
commutation
referred
of
to January 6th. I'm sorry.
all the sentences that the people that were on death row. I've met with those families,
No,
and all of those sentences were commuted. I'm not going to comment on pardons on either side of the aisle.
So, well, I'm not asking about either side. I'm asking, you're the chief law enforcement officer in the United States. You have a responsibility directly, you sworn oath to the Constitution, not the president. Want to know what your views are on the extent to which pardons cover potential crimes committed by individuals who've been pardoned but unrelated to January 6th.
Do you mean the ones that were done by the auto pen? I'm not going to discuss anything that
Mr.
could
Chairman,
be or not be
I
pending litigation.
respectfully, Ms. DeLauro accused you of filibustering. I think that's the height of filibustering. This is a serious, serious topic. And for you to suggest that you don't have an opinion or to divert to other things that had nothing to do with January 6th pardons, I think is, frankly, demeaning to your responsibilities and your job. With that, I'll yield back.
Next, you have Democratic Congresswoman Dean, and she cross-examines Donald Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi about her ties to the Qatari government and her taking huge amounts of money from the Qatari government and not disclosing it during her confirmation hearing. Here, play this clip.
Attorney General, have you ever been registered as an agent of a foreign principal under the Foreign Agents Registration Act?
Stream Elements says, find me in other places Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
For anti-human trafficking for the World Cup. Anti-human trafficking
or
for the
no?
World Cup.
Attorney
you can't
General,
put words in my mouth.
No.
You want to talk about incompetence? You're the one that said Joe Biden on PBS was competent. You had to retract those words.
Mr.
So don't
Chairman,
talk to me. Don't insult me publicly.
This is so discourteous. This is so outside the committee's guidelines. taking a personal shot at me while swiping at Biden? Very strange and very unprofessional of you. The answer is yes or no, and the answer is yes. You were registered as a lobbyist for Qatar. Is that correct? Yes. Never mind. Don't answer. Did you disclose that when you went before for the Senate for confirmation? Yes or no? No, it was not in your documents. The answer is no. President Trump.
This was discussed at my confirmation hearings in detail.
It was discussed, but you failed to bring up the conflict that you had. President Trump recently announced he'd accept that $400 million Qatar airplane because it was just prettier than the one he was flying around in. Is it true that you gave advice that this was legally permissible? Yes or no?
I will not discuss any advice that my Office of Legal Counsel gives to the President of the United States on any matter.
When you spoke before the Senate, you said you would ask for ethical advice. Did you recuse yourself from that issue?
And talking about unprofessional, you say the president wanted a jet because it's pretty?
Excuse me.
This is a Senate. This is a
He said it himself.
congressional hearing.
He said it himself.
And then Congresswoman Dean is asking Pam Bondi if she has concerns about Donald Trump's conflicts of interest, to which Pam Bondi answers a different question. And as you'll see, she just keeps on bringing up Joe Biden over and over again. Play this clip.
April the 2nd.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop. Learn the latest trends, stay updated, videos change fast. Plan your content, be consistent and creative. Know your platforms, adapt your content. Each one's different. Edit like a pro. Cut, trim, and polish. Make it shine, but not too shine. It's still user-generated content. Or just find your next creator on Fiverr.
Knock, knock. Hi there. I'd love to show you what a K-12 powered school is really like. Step inside. Here, you can dive into subjects you love, move as fast or as slow as you need to, and let your learning soar. You'll connect with teachers and classmates, explore your interests, and learn great skills for the future. Hey, know what else is knocking? Opportunity. Discover yours. Now enrolling.
You're a part of this, the president has dabbled in meme coin. He had the DOJ disband the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. His son recently launched the Executive Branch Club, a private club with $500,000 memberships here in D.C. Any of this seem like it might be a problem, might be profiteering from the office, and maybe you and your ethics team might be concerned about these conflicts of interest, your own and the president and his family? Yes or no? Any concerns?
What I would be concerned about in Pennsylvania are all the child sex cases that we've prosecuted, all the CSAM cases that we've prosecuted.
Did you hear
in
my question?
Pennsylvania.
I
That's
asked
what
the
I would
witness
be
to
concerned
actually
about.
answer questions that are asked.
Congresswoman Dean.
Chairman?
Please let the witness answer the question.
She didn't. And I would like to ask you one more question. You're not just complicit in this, you're actively helping and profiting. Isn't it true that on April the 2nd, the same day that Trump announced his chaotic tariff regime that plummeted the stock market, you sold more than $1 million worth of your shares in Trump Media stock? Trump Media stock fell 13% in the following days. Seems you avoided that loss. Well done. I yield back.
May I answer that, Chairman? I complied with my ethics, and yeah, I would take a class in financial literacy if you think I profited from that, because I lost a tremendous amount of money. Congresswoman, and also on page 25 of my SJ2, it lists my involvement with Qatar for anti-human trafficking for the World Cup. Thank you.
And here you have Democratic Congresswoman DeLauro cross-examining Pam Bondi, and Pam Bondi basically says, "Ooh, I don't like the way you're asking me that question. I will answer it very calmly, unlike
play this clip?
Asked me a question.
I did, and
Well,
you
asked me a question,
and you
I'm
haven't
gonna
answered my
answer it.
question.
So they're going to be out on the streets working
You haven't
hand in hand
answered
with
my question.
DEA
You
to
haven't
violate.
answered. Mr. Chairman, I'd like an answer to my question. And the question is not being answered. How many ATF law enforcement officers and industry operations investigators do you anticipate will be lost to attrition as a result of the funding reduction you are proposing? You are proposing a 26% cut to ATF for fiscal year 2026, as well as a 4.4% cut to DEA. So you're going to merge the two agencies together, and then you're going to shortchange their resources, so neither one of them will be able to do the job that they have been designed to do. You've got a 34% cut to the high-intensity drug trafficking areas program, no dedicated money at all for the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. So, my view, it's fair to say that the Trump administration proposal shortchanges federal efforts to stop illegal gun trafficking and federal efforts to stop the flow of dangerous illegal drugs like fentanyl.
As I was attempting to answer your question very calmly, unlike you,
Excuse me, Madam Attorney General. Answer yes or no. Tell me what the numbers are. I don't want to hear all of your filibuster about this. Go ahead, please. Tell us the numbers.
So we are reorganizing. ATF agents want to be out on the street.
Okay.
Working with
Let me answer the
DEA
question for you.
agents.
I'm going to answer it for you. Mr. Chairman, you give me a certain amount of time, and I have a high respect for you, but I don't have to listen, nor do my colleagues have to listen to a filibuster when it's a simple question. But I have an answer to your question. It's page 146 of the Department's fiscal year 2026 budget, and the performance summary explicitly says, and let me quote, ATF will eliminate 541 industry operation investigators, reducing ATF's capacity to regulate the firearms and explosive industries by approximately 40% in fiscal year 2026. ATF will perform fewer regulatory inspections. And the department summary goes on to say, and let me quote, ATF anticipates a reduction of approximately 284 support personnel and 186 agents based on historical attrition patterns, and these personnel cuts will impact ATF across various functions, unquote. If the capacity to regulate firearms industry is reduced by 40%, if you are losing 186 ATF law enforcement agents, on top of that, it is clear the direction you are headed with this budget.
Now let's bring in Democratic Congress member Jake Auchincloss. Congress member, I was just showing these clips of Pam Bondi's testimony yesterday, where she was being cross-examined by Democratic Congress members, and her answer to everything was basically Joe Biden, auto pen Joe Biden, and not actually answering the questions, or giving some kind of snarky remark, and then not answering the questions and filibuster. Look, we saw this with Pete Hegseth, who wouldn't answer the questions, and he would be just outright rude to senators and Congress members. Your time is up. You don't get to ask me questions anymore. So I just got to ask you, as a member of Congress, when these Trump, regime cabinet members show up, they don't bring the budget with them. They're unprepared. They're not answering questions. How are you dealing with this? How do you plan for this?
Now that I use Monday Service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday Service is a ticketing platform that helps us manage and automate our entire service operations with efficiency and with no code needed. IT, HR, ops, or any other department, everyone can manage ticketing their way and stay on the same platform, so we can create a unified experience for our customers. Every incoming ticket is automatically categorized, and the repetitive issues get resolved. Whatever tickets are left get routed to the right available rep with recommended resolutions and next steps. And you can see it all here on our dashboards. We customize them to focus on the strategic stuff, identifying company needs and opportunities so we can finally be proactive and also showcase our business impact. Turns out my job doesn't have to be that chaotic. Right, Taylor?
definitely made me feel broken. It would work, then it wouldn't work.
Prior to HIMS, I was taking an as-needed dose. So we would have to plan. That takes the romance completely out of the relationship. HIMS was a fantastic find. The low-dose Bailey has given room for spontaneity in our relationship, and that is golden for us as a couple. Get treatment for ED with doctor-trusted medication. Get started today at hims.com.
I'm planning for it right now because Secretary Kennedy of Health and Human Services is coming to my committee tomorrow morning, and we're going to have to address exactly this. It's a confluence of two factors. The first is that the president has appointed people based on loyalty, not based on either professionalism or competence. And so you're getting witnesses who just don't know their own portfolio, right? RFK doesn't know the first thing about Medicare or Medicaid. Pam Bondi doesn't understand due process, and down on the line. I will say I just had a hearing with Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, and it was refreshing because he actually understands energy portfolio. And I just remark upon that because it's the exception, not the rule with this cabinet, to actually have a cabinet member who knows what they're talking about. The second factor at play here is that congressional Republicans don't take themselves seriously. They don't hold this administration to account. They don't think they're members of a separate and co-equal branch of the government. They think they're courtiers to Mar-a-Lago. They act like it. But here's the question for Democrats. Can we go out to the public and make the case that says, including to reluctant Trump voters of 2024, hey, listen, we know you don't agree with us on everything, but do you want this guy's worst impulses to be checked by Congress? Like, do you just want him to have a little bit of oversight and accountability for these next 2 years? Because if you do, vote Democrat for House and Senate, and we will put a check on his worst ideas. I think that can win over some of these reluctant Trump voters who swung to him in 24.
Well, if you think about all of the things that he promised, lower prices on day one, that didn't happen. That there would be an end to all wars, that didn't happen. That housing would become affordable, that hasn't happened. That he would stop inflation, that hasn't happened. You can go on and on and on. And then there's just the kind of daily betrayals, which in all of the distractions sometimes fade. Remember when he said the Doge rebate, that Doge was going to be so successful, we're going to give every one of you every American gets $5,000 from Doge. Remember he said that? And he's going to go through Fort Knox and find all of this gold, and we're all going to get rich. He's going to eliminate the IRS because the tariffs are going to be so successful that all we'll need is an external revenue service. So it's just a barrage of lies. You think it's registering with the American people?
Yes, but we have to connect the dots because the American people over the last decade have been trained and have acclimatized to his post-truth politics. And so what you have to do is be able to connect the dots between his chaos and corruption and the higher costs of daily life. And that is what campaigns are built around. I think we also have to connect the dots between the chaos and incompetence of his administration and the lawlessness that people are feeling pervade ever more parts of the economy and society. Even though Americans actually still broadly agree with President Trump instead of Democrats on immigration, for example, they don't like the way he's going about it. They don't want to see unmarked vans with masked officers harass 25-year-old graduate students on the streets of Somerville. And that disconnect between a policy that he promised people and the images that they are seeing that feel viscerally wrong to them, that can register. We saw it with the No King's Day protests, which were some of the most successful demonstrations in modern American history. But now it's on Democrats to build that public pressure into a winning midterm strategy.
Finally, let's talk about RFK and RFK Jr. and his disastrous. I think it's everything everybody feared, frankly, and worse. And the promises that he even made to senators to secure the needed votes to get confirmed. He lied about getting rid of the board that deals with vaccination review and things like that. So I know this is an area too that you've always, you focus on a lot of areas, but this is an area too near and dear to your heart. So speak to our audience here about just how bad it is when it comes to this guy?
The corruption, conspiracy, and quackery is eye-watering. RFK has spent the last 2 decades peddling in pseudoscience and conspiracy theories, one, to enrich himself, and two, to sow distrust that has directly led to children dying of preventable infectious diseases. And what we have to do is take out the knees of their self-righteousness. The MAHA movement has come to Washington, D.C., and it has claimed this mantle of an anti-corruption crusade. All of these scientists at the Food and Drug Administration, they're all on the take, or all of these CDC or Advisory Commission on Immunization Practice professionals, they're just grifting. The fact of the matter is, it is in fact RFK and his henchmen who are engaged in corruption. And once we can point that out squarely to the American public, I think it undercuts many of their pseudoscience claims because people will see them for what they are, which is self-serving. So, for example, Calley Means, RFK's chief of staff, functionally chief of staff, he owns and controls his own business on the side, which has tripled in value in the last year, and which basically hustles supplements and saunas to people using tax or pre-tax dollars. And he's changing federal policy to help his own company. And that's just one example. There are many others of the lieutenants around RFK abusing the public trust.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with a variety of AI services, or even if they're an architecture firm looking to get more work done. It's all made possible with Fiverr freelancers. Join millions of business owners already growing their businesses with Fiverr.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. Oh, the algorithms love streams and engagement, rewarding you with even more views. While you, sure that works, upload and stream from Restream.
Before we go, anything you think that's not getting the attention it deserves, that while we have this huge audience here, you want the American people to know? I always like to ask that question when I speak to members of Congress, because you often get asked the questions by the interviewer, but I'm sure there's things on your mind like, I wish I could just talk about that one. There's lots of things, but anything in particular?
The media's attention has moved from Los Angeles to the Middle East, understandably. I still, though, am thinking about those 700 Marines deployed to Los Angeles. They're deployed from 29 Palms, which is a training base in Inland Empire, California. It's where I trained for 2 years as a platoon commander of infantry. I know these Marines, not personally, but I know who they are. I train with these kinds of young men and women. And these are war fighters who have signed an oath to obey the Constitution and to fight America's enemies. They are not sweating and bleeding in the desert heat of 29 Palms to be used as a political prop for the president in Los Angeles in a grossly unnecessary and illegal deployment of Marines for law enforcement purposes. They're not trained for it. They're not equipped for it. It's going to be terrible for their morale. And we as Americans have to understand that his abuse of the military for his own political ends, it's not just bad for the citizens of the United States. It's bad for those service members as well. Most of them are kids. They're under the age of 25.
What's your message to them now or their family members who may and probably are watching the Midas Touch Network and, know that you were a leader of them when you were there?
The United States military is the most lethal warfighting force in the history of the world, but that's not its most exceptional quality. Its most exceptional quality is that service members and officers swear an oath not to an individual, not to a party, but to the Constitution, and they need to remember that oath.
Congressmember Jake Auchincloss, thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA union made.
CDKeys.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming
something miles away with a tap. Your car insurance should let you file a claim with a tap. With Lemonade Car Insurance, you can save from day one if you're a safe driver. Plus, if you drive less, you can save even more with our low mileage discount. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at lemonade.com/car.
As a former litigator, I love a good cross-examination. Having the witness live, watching a lying witness crumble under a brutal cross-exam. I used to love that as a litigator. Good thing right now the Democratic Congress members are dishing out some A-plus cross-exams of Trump cabinet members and MAGA Republican witnesses. Yesterday may have been one of my favorite days yet for these Democratic cross-examinations of these MAGA Republican witnesses. Case in point, Republicans brought in a witness in the House of Representatives named Daniel Turner, who tried to explain why this budget bill was so great and why it's not disastrous. And you'll see in under 20 seconds, Democratic Congressmember Robert Garcia gets the Republican witness to admit that the Republicans believe Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. Garcia gets the guy to admit it right away. Watch this.
Mr. Turner, you're one of our witnesses today, an expert on economics and a bunch of other things. Mr. Turner, you were invited to testify as an expert on government spending. This is your post. Is this correct? Did you post this, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you called Social Security a Ponzi scheme.
100%.
Which we know Elon Musk has also done. I'm glad you admitted it. Social Security is a government-sponsored Ponzi scheme, as you said. Now,
what about the second part, though, sir? I should be able to keep 100% of my
you can read the whole
money
thing. It's right
and
up
not
here.
watch government waste it, giving $9 billion.
Thank you, sir.
Giving $9 billion to climate groups.
Madam Chairwoman. Thank you. Thank you, sir. A Ponzi scheme. And so I think it's interesting, of course, that as one of our Republican witnesses is calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme, and that's the person that we should be taking advice from here today. Without Social Security, 22 million people would be pushed into poverty. That includes over 16 million seniors and nearly 1 million children. And in fact, Elon Musk has also said and agreed with you, sir, that this is a Ponzi scheme. I think it's ironic that you are one of our witnesses talking about efficiency when you want to attack the single best program that we have to support people, not just out of poverty, but across this country to uplift them to ensure they can afford a decent life. We on this committee need to work every single day, not just to protect Social Security, but to hold Republicans accountable for attacking Medicare, Medicaid, for attacking Social Security and the programs that we all depend on. With that, I yield back.
Then you have Democratic Congressmember Robert Garcia turning to Marjorie Taylor Greene as she says that I'm proud to have voted for the disastrous budget bill. And Garcia goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. You just gave a whole speech on the House floor earlier today that you didn't want to vote for the bill because you didn't read the full thing, and you just found out there's a provision in the budget bill that says that states can't regulate their own artificial intelligence laws within their state, that it's purely a federal government thing for the next 10 years, and you said you weren't going to vote for the bill if that provision's still in it. What do you mean you're proud to have voted for the bill? You literally said you weren't proud of it. Watch Garcia do a great job here. Play this clip.
It's also interesting because Chairwoman Greene, I understand, now regrets voting for this bill, as she mentioned yesterday. Is that correct, Chairwoman Greene?
Are you yielding me time?
No, I'm just asking if I think you say now you regret voting for the bill. Is that correct?
The bill actually destroys what you guys voted for the past 4 years, and I'm proud to have voted for that bill to fund border security,
actually,
to
Chairwoman
deport
Greene,
all these illegals you guys let in the country.
Chairwoman. Chairman, yesterday you actually said that you regret actually voting for the bill. You posted after Elon's tweet that you didn't know certain provisions were in it and that you would have voted no if you had known. And so obviously you didn't do a thorough review of the bill. And I'm not surprised, of course, that Republicans in this Congress are now going back and forth on the bill.
So the Democratic cross-examinations of these MAGA Republican Congress members got so brutal, for example, with Trump's education secretary, the billionaire WWE owner Linda McMahon, who's somehow the education secretary, and her goal is to destroy the Department of Education. So Linda McMahon had a woman sitting next to her who had these like cards, and there were these index cards, and the person sitting next to Linda McMahon during the cross-examination would give the answers to Linda McMahon on the index cards. And here Democratic Congresswoman Hayes says, "Do you think Holocaust education in our schools is DEI? There's no card for that. Just answer." And when she's saying there's no card for that, that's because the woman next to Linda McMahon, the Trump cabinet member, is passing her notes on what to say. Watch this.
Two really quick questions. Do you think that Holocaust education in our schools is a DEI program? There's no card for that. That's just yes or no.
I can look at it whatever card I
Holocaust
choose.
education,
Thank
is
you
it a
very
DEI?
much.
You can have a press conference to say whatever you want. I just need a quick answer to
Your
this.
soliloquy
Is
is very
Holocaust,
informative.
because this is my time, is Holocaust education a DEI program?
No.
Is African American Studies a DEI program?
I think I answered that with one
I'm
of the
asking
other
it again.
callers. We should be
Just
able,
yes or no?
we should be able to teach
My,
courses in
my
their
point is they
entirety.
are DEI programs, both of them, because students need diversity, equity, and inclusion to understand their environments. So both Holocaust education and the teaching of African American history are important, which is why the state of Connecticut requires it in our social studies curriculum. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You can't support one without supporting the other. And looking at what happens in the schools and actually deferring to teachers, parents who are on curriculum committees, local boards of education, and states who actually do the hard work
The
and
gentlelady's time
listening
has
to what
expired.
they say
I
would be
appreciate the
incredibly helpful in
passion,
this
but
role.
Next up, you have Democratic Congress member Kassar. Brutal cross-exam of Linda McMahon. Listen up.
Secretary McMahon, thank you for joining us here today. Right now, the administration that you're a part of is pushing for a massive tax break for billionaires, paid for by massive cuts to health care and food assistance for everyday Americans, including to the children that you're charged with educating. You yourself and your family, as a billionaire family of wealth of about $3.2 billion, can you share with us, do you know how much you and your family will receive in tax benefit if this Republican tax proposal gets pushed through?
No, I've not sat down and worked with my accountants on what tax. I can tell you most
You have
of
a
the time-
general sense?
Well, I
Is
can
it
tell you
millions
the
or
last time
tens of
taxes went through, I paid more.
And so you think that under this proposal, you will not, like the other billionaires, get millions or tens of millions of dollars in tax benefit?
I think this is kind of a ridiculous line of
No, it's not ridiculous, because here's what's important. The biggest bill being pushed by your administration for your average extremely wealthy person would give about a $4 million benefit. Your family's worth about $3.2 billion. So I imagine that you'd get millions of dollars in benefit from this tax bill. Does that make sense? Does that check out?
I don't know. I'd have to let you know.
Well, let's just
I'd ask the member
Chairman,
how
Chairman,
this refers to
here's my question.
education.
Then you have Congress member Ansari. Let's play this clip.
When it comes to vouchers, would you say that you support taxpayers subsidizing wealthy students' tuition at expense of private schools?
I think that, again, these are issues within the states, to look at.
It's a yes or
And
no.
No, there's a school
Do you
choice
support the
issue.
subsidizing for wealthy students?
There are issues within states that they should look at.
Okay, that sounds like a yes.
Back to Democratic Congress member Kassar.
So I'll ask you, do you think it's right for kids to not have food to eat at home before they go to class in order to make sure that a billionaire that doesn't even know how many more millions of dollars they're going to get could just get a few million more?
I want to make sure that as the Secretary of the Department of Education, that the President's plan to make school choice available to every student in our country is what we follow.
And the president's plan specifically takes money away from those kids, specifically takes food away from those families, specifically takes money and sends it to big contractors, big companies, and sends millions of dollars to billionaires like you who don't even know how many extra millions of dollars they're going to get.
Another clip of Democratic Congress member Kassar.
So, okay, look, there are families watching at home from my district that could lose their health care. And they want to know why their health care would get taken away. And what it's paying for is overwhelmingly tax cuts for the wealthiest people in the country. And so what would you spend the $4 million on that you would get a benefit of at least $4 million?
Let's get to your educational line of questioning.
What would those
that we
families
deal with in this committee?
What would those families who lose their health care, who are watching, what would you spend the $4 million on that's worth more than their health care?
I'm not going to address the questions relative to me personally. I'm here as the Secretary of Education, and I'm
okay. So, as the Secretary of Education, then, as the Secretary of Education, do you think, yes or no, that kids will do better off in school if they have health care and their food needs met? Yes or no?
We all do better, and children will do better in school if their health needs are met. I agree with that.
Good. And so I guess for those kids, which there's going to be hundreds of thousands or millions of kids that lose their health care, how is it okay that they're going to lose their health care so that billionaires and billionaire families, I'm not just even picking just on you, but billionaire families like your own, can get a tax break? What if you don't even know how many millions of dollars it is you get? How is that worth it?
I'm not going to respond to your question.
I think the answer is because it's not worth it. It's not. If you got 3.2 billion or 5 billion or $10 billion,
going off the premise that there's going to be health care that is going to be removed from these children, I'm not sure that is a correct premise. So
every single organization that's looked at this bill knows that millions of people will lose their health care. The latest estimate is at least 11 million people and families, because you wouldn't get the enormous savings that the Republican majority on this committee is looking for unless you kick those millions of people off of their health care. So how can we educate our kids if they don't have a roof over their heads, if they can't see a doctor, if they don't have food assistance?
Democratic Congress member Pocan.
Project 2025. You're one of the authors. You're on the advisory board. You work for Heritage. You're basically January, February, and March in a Project 2025 calendar, right? But you were asked this weekend about it, and you said, no, the administration isn't following Project 2025. So I'll go through lightning rounds. It's only have 2 minutes. Just tell me coincidence or not. In the Project 25, abolishing Department of Education, you guys are doing that. Is that a coincidence?
The president's view
coincidence
and
agenda.
Or not.
The coincidence or not. That's all you got to ask.
Agenda
okay, I'll go through the rest. Any diversity, equity, and inclusion?
The president's agenda is
shifting FEMA costs to the states. Targeting PBS and the National Public Radio. Freezing federal assistance. Restricting gender-affirming care. Revoking security clearances. Stripping civil servants of employment protections, reinstating service members who refuse COVID-19 vaccines, banning transgender people from the military, a hiring freeze, withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sending active duty troops to the southern border, limiting refugee admissions, rescinding temporary protected status designations, capping indirect costs for university-based research, requiring disclosures of foreign gifts to universities, apparently not planes to presidents, asserting the president's power to remove federal officials, and targeting NOAA. Were those all just coincidences that they happened to be in Project 25 and they were just in the back pocket of the president since November?
The president has never been more of a promises made, promises kept president than we've ever had in history. He has run on an agenda. He was very clear on that agenda. He's now enacting that agenda. And those of us who work for him work for his agenda in executing that agenda.
Democratic Congresswoman DeLauro.
Would you recommit yourself to the truth, engaging with this committee, the American people, and the American people based on the respect for history as it actually has occurred?
We haven't impounded any money. We're under programmatic review of federal dollars across the
You have impounded money. $425 billion.
We don't know where that number came from other than
I'll tell you, look at the tracker. We're following it very closely. And I would just say this. If people don't really want to appropriate and hold on to the power of the purse, then my suggestion is find another committee to sit on. Our responsibility is to make sure that we maintain that power of the purse, and that what we say has got to be congressionally spent needs to be and you do have a premise that in that bill, in the Empowerment Control Act, that allows you to come up with a rescission package. But what is at stake is the illegality of what you have done with impounding and stealing funds from the American public and the unbelievable consequences it will have on their lives and their families' lives.
Congressman, there's nothing.
The chair now recognizes Ms. Hinson.
Thank you.
Back to Congress Member Pocan.
CBO disagrees with your analysis. Yale and Penn said 13.7 million people will lose health insurance. You also said this won't increase the debt. Is that correct? The bill
It will
won't
not increase the debt. It will lead to
So
reduced
there, the
deficits.
Cato Institute disagrees with you. Moody's disagrees. The CBO disagrees. Senator Hawley and Senator Rand and Senator Collins disagree. Elon Musk disagrees. Virtually everyone on this side of the aisle. So you're saying everyone is wrong, but you are the right one, that this does not increase the debt?
I'm saying that all the watchdogs, including the Congressional Budget Office, use a skewed vision of a view of what the baseline is.
They were less than a few percent wrong last time on your tax bill when they predicted it almost dead on. So you're saying this time there's significant changes and they don't know what's going on and only you do? Is that correct?
I'm stating that they use a baseline.
You disagree with the Cato Institute?
Yes.
And Moody's?
Yes.
And Senator Hawley?
Senator Hawley has a view as to the Medicaid programs that we are working with to articulate why we believe that these reforms do not hurt the beneficiaries that are involved.
Back to the same Congress Member Pocan.
Going to make somewhere between 11 and 16 million people lose their health care. I know you said on a Sunday morning show no one will lose coverage as a result of this bill. Is that still your standing?
Which one of those would you like me to take?
The one I just asked. I'll ask it again. I'm sorry if I wasn't
clear. The bill does not lead to less coverage for Medicaid beneficiaries. It has improper payments, and it leads to the fact that people who are ineligible because they're illegal aliens or because they are unwilling
do not
to
get
work.
federal dollars for Medicaid, correct?
That's not true. They get them in many different states, including California.
Federal dollars?
Federal dollars. Using
They get state dollars. State can provide it. Are there any federal dollars?
Congressman,
how many federal dollars then, since you're the expert, how many federal dollars go to funding illegal aliens getting Medicaid?
Congressman, because of the money laundering.
It's a number. It's a question. It's a number. How many dollars go to illegal aliens, federal dollars, for Medicaid? Simple question.
It is not actually a simple question because
All
Congress.
you secretaries have a hard time with simple questions lately. I got to tell you, it is
Don't
a
pose
simple.
simple
But you were saying that that's true, so we will. If you can get back to us with that amount, how's that sound? How much federal dollars?
I'm happy to get back to you about how the bill works and getting rid of the money laundering
So
schemes that
a lot of people disagree with you.
It is brutal on. He's cross-examining Russell Vogt, the head of Project 2025. Watch this.
Support the efforts of DOGE, I understand. Is the federal government currently spending less this year than it did last year?
No, it's not.
Great. And part of that is because you've sent us a rescission package worth $9 billion that goes after Big Bird and Cookie Monster, but you've added $200 billion to defense and homeland security. You've also, the bill that you just said the White House supports is going to add, depending who you talk to, $2.4 trillion to $5 trillion to the national debt. It's going to make somewhere between 11 and 16 million people lose their health care.
Here's another clip of it.
I think you said the president supports the big bill that was passed out of the House, correct? I think you also said the president does not support cutting Medicare.
Correct.
Okay, so in the bill, there's a $500 billion cut that gets triggered to Medicare. So I know a number of the people who voted for the bill are starting to read it now and finding there's parts they don't like. You might want to take a look at that provision.
As you know,
that's okay. That's okay. I only have.
You don't want the
Stream Elements says.
I didn't ask you the question.
Find me
today.
in other places:
I'm asking you a
Discord,
question, though,
Twitter,
since we didn't have
YouTube,
your remarks
Steam,
this morning. I think we
Xbox,
got them this
and
afternoon.
PlayStation Old
Let me
Mage
show you
guy
one
on
more
TikTok
clip of
as
that.
Mage.
You support the efforts of DOGE. You mentioned Steve Davis, and I know we talked about trying to bring the director of DOGE in here, and that would be very helpful. Problem is, I just read he's also leaving with Elon Musk. So who's in charge of DOGE? If the guy who is taking over after Elon Musk, who just left, and he's leaving, it sounds like this is a bit of a circus. Who's in charge of DOGE?
The cabinet agencies that are in charge of the DOGE consultants that work for them are fundamentally in control of DOGE.
Oh, that's an answer only a mother could love.
All right, back to Democratic Congress Member Kassar.
I represent Texas. I have long-standing ties to the city of El Paso, where in 2019, 23 people were murdered at a Walmart. The murderer said, quote, it was based on the Hispanic invasion of Texas. And after the shooting, Mr. Krikorian, you said that the manifesto was, quote, remarkably well written. Can you tell us which part of his manifesto was
What I meant by that was that it seemed improbable for a nutcase like that to have written something that was relatively, at least grammatically correct. That was my point.
Look, folks here on this committee are trying to shut down nonprofits because they disagree with them. You're a nonprofit, and you, sir, saying that the El Paso shooter had a manifesto that's
The gentleman's time has
that is
expired.
extreme,
The
and what
gentleman's
goes around comes around.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Chairwoman, okay.
I now recognize Mr. Jack from Georgia for 5
Chairwoman, I
minutes.
just want to make clear
Thank you,
that what
Madam
goes
Chair.
around can come around.
And then I love this. Democratic Congressmember Jared Moskowitz saying apparently the new FEMA administrator doesn't know about hurricane seasons. Play this clip.
Certainly, we've not made FEMA more efficient. The administrator apparently doesn't know there's a hurricane season. Wait till he finds out there's 5 categories. We're going to blow his mind.
Here's Congressmember Moskowitz again.
Here are the wins for congressional Republicans. You ready? They're going to do a $9 billion rescission bill, okay, which they're going to get rid of Elmo, which the American people were clamoring for, okay, but they're going to add $2.4 trillion to the debt, $9 billion versus $2.4 trillion. And then they want us to cheer for them and give them a trophy like they're a 5-year-old at a soccer game. Everyone gets a trophy for their participation. Okay, by the way, these things I'm bringing up, Republicans themselves, including the chairwoman, have expressed their frustration that Congress has not codified anything at all.
It's another clip of Congressmember Moskowitz.
And by the way, now that the national divorce is happening with Elon Musk, and I'm a child of divorce, okay? I mean, who's going to get big balls? I'm worried about him in the divorce. The children always get caught in the middle, right? And so I just, if he's out there, I just want him to know we're rooting for him.
And finally, we have Democratic Congressmember McBath. Watch this.
On February 10th, you canceled the Charting My Path for Student Success program that served over 1,600 disabled students and their families across 62 schools in 11 states, including Paulding County, which is in my home state of Georgia. This year-round program provided support services and frequent small group sessions to ensure that physically disabled students or students with dyslexia, autism, and other disabilities, as well as their families, can meet their goals of transitioning to and succeeding in adulthood, which is really what every parent wishes for their child. All too often, it's unfortunately a sink or swim situation for disabled students after high school, and programs like this can be the difference between a lifetime on disability insurance versus a good job that they can raise a family on. On this poster right here, you can see the exact email that was sent out to parents in Georgia because of your decision, which I would like to submit digitally for the record. It says, the federal funding provided by the Department of Education for this initiative has been discontinued immediately, and that your child will no longer receive transition supports. I would like to also submit for the record an article from NPR about a young man named Logan and his mother, Jessie, who were really benefiting from this program before it was abruptly canceled. Secretary, this is just simply a yes or no answer. Do you stand by your decision to cancel this program in the middle of the school year without any warning to the hundreds of students, teachers, and families that were participating?
Well, I would like to explore that more.
Secretary, this is a yes or no
it's
answer.
not a yes or no answer.
Yes, it is. And
It
the
is not.
American people deserve
Well, I'm not going to give you a yes or no answer
full
because it's
answer
more.
from you, yes or no. I'm not going to let you circumvent. I'm not going to let you ignore it. Yes or no. It's a simple question.
Well,
Do
I'll
you
have to
stand
look
by
into
this
some
decision?
of the different programs, and I can't speak to individual grant programs without looking into them exactly. There are a lot of grant programs out there, so I'd like to get back to you.
Note for the record that the secretary is unwilling to answer my question.
Some great cross-exam right there. Let me know what you think. A+, A+. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million.
New Midas merch drop. Check out the latest pro-democracy sticker packs, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and more. All at store.midastouch.com.
Hey guys, I just found an amazing digital marketing expert on Fiverr.
The company had its most effective campaign yet. The team continues hiring top-rated experts to this day. And Jerry, well, he wondered if his reaction Start your own success story.
New Eden, a universe brimming with possibility and rife with adventure. Only the most intrepid capsuleers can conquer its many wonders. Do you have what it takes to become one with the machine? To explore the far reaches of space, carving out a name for yourself among the stars? To become a titan of industry, amassing wealth, power, and prestige as you rise above your rivals? Or to prove your worth in combat, cementing new alliances and vanquishing your foes on your path to glory? For the rare few, immortality awaits.
All hell broke loose in Congress yesterday as the MAGA Republicans made complete and utter fools of themselves at the various congressional hearings. Watch as Marjorie Taylor Greene just starts speaking out of turn, just on her own, saying, I love veterans. No one loves veterans more than me. I love veterans. And the Democrats are like, okay, that's great, but like, can we have some order here? Like, there are people asking questions. Are you just like showboating for the camera? And then Marjorie Taylor Greene just starts taking her gavel like a maniac and just starts going whack, 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 whack. And then Democratic Congresswoman Stansberry's like, dude, what are you doing? What the hell was that? And then Marjorie Taylor Greene's like, whack, whack, whack. And then Stansberry's like, all right, this is getting like a little weird. You want to read the rules there, Green? Here, watch this. Play this clip.
The gentleman yields, no one
Madam
loves
Chair.
veterans more than President Trump, and he's made that apparent. That's why he's working for peace right now.
Madam Chair,
I'm the chair of this committee.
that's not how
I'm the chair.
parliamentary procedure works.
You're not
Madam
recognized, Ms.
Chairwoman.
Stanberry.
You're not
recognized.
recognized either. You can't just speak anytime you want.
I'm the
That's
chair of
not
this
how
committee.
That's not how it
Ms.
works.
Stansbury,
Madam.
you're not recognized.
Madam Chairwoman, that is not how part. You
Ms.
can
Stansbury, you're
smash
not
your gavel
recognized.
all day, but that's not how
Ms. Stansbury, you're not
parliamentary
recognized.
We're going to get you a Robert's
Ms.
Rules of
Stansbury,
Order
you're
and
not.
the
Point of
Ms.
order.
Stansbury,
that
you're
you
not
can-
recognized.
Point of order.
understand parliamentary procedure.
Point of order.
Okay.
Point of order.
All right, Madam Chair, calm down. Let's move on.
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized. Point of order.
Madam Chair, I've
Ma-
got a oh, I'm sorry, you had a point of order.
So,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, can we decide who's going to speak first and we go?
Absolutely. I'm the chair of this committee. And Mr.
I know
Gill,
that,
Mr.
but-
Gill from Texas
There
is
you go.
recognized for 5 minutes.
And then you had the MAGA Republicans in Congress doing their Dear Leader routine, where you had MAGA Republican Congress member Tim Burchett. It's like everybody knows that Donald Trump's approval is soaring. It's never been so high. We all need to be praising him. Like literally, he says that. And then Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's like, first off, what the hell are you talking about? Like, this hearing is not about that. Number two, she's like, can I get unanimous consent? And can we just read Donald Trump's latest poll numbers? Worst polling ever from this poll. Worst polling ever from that poll. Worst polling ever from this poll. Trump's polling is literally like the worst in presidential history, but these MAGA Republicans live in their weirdo cosplay MAGA fascist world where Dear Leader does no wrong. Here, play this clip.
Are going to continue to live through chaos and destruction that has been occurring ever since he swore in January. And I hope y'all remember who caused this, because it wasn't
The
just
gentlelady's time has
it was
expired.
also the congressional Republicans
The
who
gentlelady's
don't have a
time
to do
has
what's right.
expired. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I would remind members of both sides of the aisle that President Trump's approval rating is soaring, and last I checked, congressional approval is not. And I think that bears witness.
Madam Chair, I have a unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. This is just from a couple of hours ago. Trump pivots to distractions as polls show collapsing support for his agenda.
Without objection, so
The,
ordered.
the next one is Donald Trump's approval rating plunges in multiple polls.
Without objection, so
The next
ordered.
one, Donald Trump's approval rating. New polls show shakeup over Iran bombing.
Without objection, so ordered.
The next one, Trump's approval rating drops to term low amid Israel-Iran war.
Without objection, so ordered. I hope you're not reading the same thing from your phone, which it looked like. I now
So for
recognize.
clarification,
I now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
I just want to clarify. I can give you the sources because
Mr. Lynch is recognized. Miss Crockett, you're rudely interrupting Mr. Lynch's 5 minutes.
That was so good. And then Democratic Congressman Jessamine Crockett starts questioning one of the witnesses and says, okay, let's play a game. Helpful or harmful? Is cutting billions from agencies like the NIH helpful or harmful? Here, play this clip.
Ms. DeVito, let's go through some of the things that the Republicans have done to see if they're helpful or harmful to Americans. Helpful or harmful? Stripping health care away from 16 million people.
I would say harmful.
Laying off hundreds of thousands of federal workers.
Harmful.
Disrupting or delaying federal services such as Social Security.
Harmful.
Medicaid.
Harmful.
SNAP benefits.
Harmful.
Cutting billions from agencies like NIH.
Harmful.
EPA.
Harmful.
HUD.
Harmful.
FDA.
Harmful.
All right, seems like you understand the assignment.
You had Congresswoman Barragan doing a brilliant cross exam of RFK Jr. And she's like, if you claim that you support Alzheimer's research, why are you cutting billions of dollars in Alzheimer's research? Here, play this clip.
Do you agree with that assessment? Yes or no?
We are completely committed to
you agree
solving the
that
problem of Alzheimer's.
Do you agree that the NIH's research is critical to the development of Alzheimer's disease
I
treatments?
do. The issue is complicated.
Okay.
If you want a real answer to that question,
Well,
I'm happy to give it.
I have limited time. So you said that you think it's critical, yet you are proposing to cut $1.7 billion from the NIH's National Institute on Aging, which is the primary federal agency that supports and conducts Alzheimer's and dementia research. That's a lot of money, Mr. Secretary, for you being committed to ending an epidemic like Alzheimer's and saying that you believe that NIH does critical work. That is a ton of money.
Then you had AOC light up RFK Jr. with brilliant cross exam. Play this clip.
If we're making decisions around waste, fraud, and abuse, this is the largest source of waste, fraud, and abuse of public dollars in the public insurance
You
space.
say $80 million?
$80 billion a year.
80, did you say 80 million or 80 billion?
80 with a B, billion.
With a B,
Yeah. If that's the case, why did you nearly double the rate that taxpayer dollars give for-profit insurance companies like United next year if you don't know those things?
Double the rate? How did I do that?
So your agency nearly doubled the taxpayer dollars that for-profit insurance corporations like United will be paid next year.
Next up, you had Democratic Congressmember Ruiz asking RFK Jr., let me get this straight. Why did you submit a report that you're relying upon to basically prevent people in America from getting immunization and vaccination that seems to have relied on all AI, and you literally cited fake studies that didn't exist and fake scientists and just like literally fake data? And then RFK Jr.'s like, well, actually, those were just some typos, but what really happened was all of the data is actually still accurate. And Congressmember Ruiz is like, how is it accurate if you literally relied on false reports that don't exist? Play this clip.
Ms. Secretary Kennedy, you're listed as the chair of the commission. Did you read the report and fact check its sources prior to publication?
All of the factual.
Did you read the reports and did you yourself fact check them, sir?
I did not fact check.
You did not fact check. So why then, as has
all of the
been widely reported, excuse me, sir, I'm speaking. Why then did the report include a citation to sources that don't even exist? How does that happen under your leadership, sir?
All of the foundational assertions in that report are accurate.
They did not
Some of them-
exist. How can they be
some-
accurate if they did not
I said
exist, sir?
some of the citations
You know, in
were-
fact, my understanding
of the
is that
citations
even
were
once
messed
the
up for
report,
one day,
even once the report was updated, more authors and researchers came forward stating that their research was misconstrued. This is quite unbelievable, sir. In fact, I was a pre-med at UCLA. They have a great pre-med program. If somebody turned this in as an undergrad to their professor at UCLA, they would have received an F, sir, an F for the misinterpretation, the falsehoods, the denials, and also citing references that don't even exist. That's lying and dishonest, sir. My concern here
The citations
my
were
concern
corrected in
here
one
is
day.
that you and this administration are undertaking vast changes to our federal public health system and using purported facts and gold standard evidence that you claim to have as justifications for your decisions, actions, and frankly, your decimation of our nation's public health infrastructure. Yet, what you are relying upon isn't real. It isn't data driven, and it isn't based in fact, science, or reality. Sir, it's wrong.
And then RFK Jr. states that his vision for every American is to be wearing a wearable within 4 years. You know, what like tracks you and tracks your health and tracks everything about you. So remember when the MAGA Republicans were like, oh, the Democrats want to put chips in your body and they want to literally track you. Let me get this straight. You have Elon Musk literally wants to install a chip in your head. That's what Musk is building, a chip inside your brain and your head. But I guess MAGA's okay with that. You have a AI company called Palantir having a government contract with the Trump regime to create databases and lists on every American. You have RFK Jr. wanting everybody to wear a device called a wearable that will track everything about their health and send it to the government. It's always projection and confession with these MAGAs. Here, play this clip of RFK Jr. talking about the wearables. Play this clip.
About their physical activity, about the way that they live their lives. We think that wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again. And we are going to, my vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years.
Yep, I guess that's what MAGA meant by MAHA, government tracking you.
Let's be honest, coffee isn't just a drink, it's my lifeline, and everyone at Midas and you all know that I take my coffee very seriously as the resident coffee geek here. So when I tell you I found the best, I mean it. It's called Trade, and it's completely changed my morning routine. Trade is the #1 U.S. coffee destination, working with over 50 of the country's top roasters. They've taste tested thousands of coffees to curate over 450 roasts, and they help you find the perfect one. You just take a quick quiz, seriously under a minute, and boom, they match you with your ideal cup. And if your first bag isn't quite right, Trade will replace it for free until they nail it. My current favorite, this Ethiopian roast from Temple Coffee Roasters in Sacramento. Super fresh with the roast date printed right on the bag. It smells incredible and it's so fresh I could smell it through the packaging, and the taste, notes of tangerine, mango, and stone fruit. It makes for a smooth, balanced cup every single time. And the best part, I don't have to go to the store or overpay at the cafe. Fresh, roasted to order coffee shows up right at my door. It's like I'm getting a gift for myself every few weeks. Right now, Trade is exclusively offering our listeners 50% off your 1-month trial at drinktrade.com/Midas. That's drinktrade, TRADE.com/MEIDAS for 50% off your 1-month trial. drinktrade.com/Midas.
Next, you have Democratic Congress member Kelly speaking to RFK Jr. about the fact that the HHS COVID vaccine webpage still lists it. Play this clip.
What you said was wrong. We're not depriving anybody of choice. If a pregnant woman wants the COVID-19 vaccine, she can get it. No longer recommending it because there was no science supporting that recommendation. There's study after study that shows adverse events. One study, 27 adverse events during pregnancy from that
I'm
campaign.
going to interrupt you because I need to reclaim my
Another
time.
study shows an increase in miscarriage. There's no
I just
safety
read
data for it. So we're not going to recommend
Not
it to
true.
people when we don't have safety
We have a
data.
pediatrician that is on this committee. Not true. I'll go back to, does HHS COVID-19 vaccine webpage reflect the department's viewpoint on COVID-19 vaccines? Please, yes or no?
I didn't understand the question. You're asking
If HHS's COVID-19 vaccine webpage reflect the department's viewpoint on COVID-19 vaccines.
I imagine it does. I haven't seen the website.
You haven't seen HHS's COVID-19 vaccine?
No, I haven't read the
Well, it's
entire
kind of
website.
troubling that you're unaware of what your own department's website states on the safety and efficacy of the vaccination. Let me read it directly to you. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective, and COVID-19 vaccines are available to everyone 6 months and older. Getting vaccinated is the best way to help protect people from COVID-19. Get vaccinated if you haven't. Chairman, I have the paper copy of the website to insert into the record.
Democratic Congressmember Carter right here. Let's play it.
Is unacceptable, sir. Lastly, I'd like to bring your attention termination of HIV vaccine studies. These cuts make up $258 million. Secretary Kennedy, did you make the decision to terminate these studies?
I didn't personally make that decision, but I understand
You sanctioned them. How could you possibly justify such an action?
We've been studying been promising an HIV vaccine since 1984. And every year Congress pours money into it, and every year
because they haven't come up with
year
one,
it
you then
accomplishes
cut the
nothing.
forward motion by getting rid of NIH dollars that critically do research that save lives, and because it hasn't happened yet, well, we haven't. Sir, it's my time. It's my time.
Show me
sir,
one
it's
life.
my time, sir.
Show me one.
I can show you a whole lot of lives if you got a minute. I'm insulted that you would suggest that there aren't lives that have been lost. People are dying every day, sir. And for you to say, show me one, there are people all over this country that are suffering the loss of their loved ones.
Democratic Congresswoman Schreier right here. Some great cross-exam. Let's play it.
Now, I know Senator Cassidy had concerns about your views on this. And so when he voted to confirm you as Secretary of HHS on February 4th, he explained that decision by saying on the Senate floor that, quote, if confirmed, you will maintain the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices without changes. But then 2 weeks ago, you fired all 17 experts on that very committee. Mr. Secretary, question for you. Did you lie to Senator Cassidy when you told him you would not change this panel of experts?
I never made that agreement.
So are you saying that Senator Cassidy lied when he was on the Senate floor, lied to the American people?
I didn't see that statement by Senator Cassidy. I've only heard it from you. But if he said that I agreed to it, it would be inaccurate. I made an agreement with him. I made an agreement with him, and he and I have talked many times about that agreement.
My time. I just want to tell you that for most of us sitting here right now, we believe Senator Cassidy more than we trust you when it comes to vaccinations. It sounds to me like you gave him the answer he needed to hear in order to get his confirmation vote. And then as soon as you were secretary, you turned around and did whatever you want. You fired all 17 members.
I'm complying with all the agreements that I made with Senator Cassidy.
You're now on the record. You lied to Senator Cassidy. You have lied to the American people. You have lied to parents about vaccines for 20 years. And I also want to be clear that I will lay all responsibility for every death from a vaccine-preventable illness at your feet. I yield back.
While that was going on, you had MAGA Republican Congressmember Turner saying, okay, we know the U.S. bombs did not destroy Iran's nuclear sites. That's not news, because it was never the goal to destroy the nuclear sites. That's what the MAGA Republicans are going with. We never wanted to destroy the nuclear sites. So really? Okay, that's what they're going with? Like, do y'all just think that we are stupid? You promised you destroyed the nuclear sites. The whole thing was denuclearization. That's what you said. So you didn't destroy the nuclear sites. Iran still has nuclear weapons. They're speeding it up. They're no longer working with the IAEA, so there's going to be no supervision of it. They're meeting with Putin and Russia and China and cementing their alliances against the United States there. Donald Trump praised China and said that China should be buying cheap oil from Iran.
what was it? I guess it was make Iran great again. It was the whole plan.
Okay. I'm going to stop stream for now and come back with something less droning at the very least. I shall